Chapter 248. Explosive blood pill. Hand over all the goods and women in the carriage, and we will consider not attacking you. We will let you pass safely. A one-eyed middle-aged man among the black-clothed, brawny men squinted his eyes and looked at the woman in red with fear. He could feel that the woman in red was very powerful. With his cultivation at the peak of the corporeal yang stage, it would be difficult for him to take her down. Therefore, he made such a request that he thought was reasonable. The woman in red frowned slightly and sneered. You think too highly of yourself. With your cultivation at the peak of the corporeal yang stage, you want to steal from me? Let me see if you have the ability to do so. As soon as the woman in red finished speaking, an extremely powerful energy fluctuation burst out from her body. Half-step human king realm? Feeling the energy fluctuation from the woman in red, the expressions of the group of black-clothed, brawny men changed. The one-eyed middle-aged man's face also changed slightly. Although he felt that the woman in red was difficult to deal with, he thought that her cultivation was at most on par with his. He did not expect her to be at the half-step human king realm. Boss, what should we do? One of the brawny men turned to look at the one-eyed man and frowned slightly. Humph. Only the woman in front of us is strong. The other warriors are nothing to worry about. You guys quickly get rid of the others. Remember to kill the men and leave the women alive. As for the woman, I will deal with her. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the one-eyed man's eyes. He stared at the woman in red and rushed toward her. Attack! Get rid of all these people. The moment the one-eyed man rushed out, he shouted with Yuan power. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. Swoosh! 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 Seeing the one-eyed man attack, the dozens of brawny men behind him instantly turned into shadows and rushed toward the carriage. The woman in red's face changed. She did not expect the brawny man in black to be so fearless even after she revealed her cultivation at the half-step human king realm. She could not understand why the one-eyed man was so confident when he was only at the peak of the corporeal yang stage. Everyone, be careful. Come with me to face the enemy. Remember to protect the people behind you. The tight-dressed lady cried out in a lovely voice. Her pretty eyes rotated as she looked at the pure young lady with watery eyes behind her with some worry. After which, she directly led the guards to meet the black-clothed strong man. Boom! The battle was on the verge of breaking out. In an instant, dozens of black-clothed brawny men came into contact with the convoy of martial artists. In an instant, Yuan power spilled out in all directions like cherry blossoms. The powerful energy shock waves swept out in all directions like a hurricane. On the other side of the road, Zhuowen and Master Karaki were leaning against a tree trunk with nothing to do. They looked at the fierce battle in front of them with a hint of interest in their eyes. Brat, don't you plan to help? With your strength, you can easily subdue those robbers. Grandmaster Kuraki glanced at the lazy young man beside him and rolled his eyes. I'm too lazy to meddle in other people's business. Half a month of continuous travel has been rather boring. Now that I can see such a battle scene, it's not bad. Once they're done, we can continue on our way. Zhuowen crossed his arms in front of his chest and said indifferently, Why don't I see any of the hot-bloodedness of a young man in you? Generally speaking, a kid at your age should prefer to be a chivalrous person. Instead, you find it troublesome. Master Kuraki shook his head and looked at the young man beside him with a speechless expression as he said lightly. Shaking his head slightly, Zhuowen did not reply. Instead, he looked at the battle in front of him with interest. Bang! The one-eyed man gripped his broadsword tightly with both hands and instantly arrived in front of the tight-dressed lady. He pressed down with both hands, and the broadsword slashed down like a thunderbolt. The powerful force even produced a rather ear-piercing sound of air exploding. The tight-dressed lady snorted coldly. She twisted her small waist, and her slender jade-like hands tightened. The red belt on her waist suddenly turned into a fiery red shadow. It was actually a red whip that was about 10 feet long. The red whip was like a fiery red giant python as it swept towards the one-eyed man. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The broadsword and the red whip instantly came into contact with each other. Dazzling sparks suddenly spilled out in all directions. With a clang, the two people suddenly separated. Thump! Thump! The one-eyed man took 5 steps back. He only stopped when his broadsword stopped abruptly. On the other hand, the tight-dressed lady only took 3 steps back. From this point, it could be seen that the gap between the two was quite obvious. I said that you are no match for me. If you don't retreat, I will start a massacre today. The tight-dressed lady's pretty face was full of killing intent as she said crisply, "You are indeed a warrior of the half-step human king realm. It seems that it is really difficult to deal with you without using that thing." The one-eyed man did not show any fear on his face. Instead, his eyes revealed a trace of excitement. After saying that, the one-eyed man took out a pill from his bosom and said indifferently, "If I had not met you, I am afraid that I would not have had to use this pill. However, as long as I can take you down, even if I have to use this violent blood pill, it will be worth it." Violent blood pill? You actually have this kind of pill? The tight-dressed lady's pretty face suddenly changed when she saw the blood-red pill in the one-eyed man's hand. She could not help but exclaim. The violent blood pill was a kind of pill that could stimulate a warrior's potential for a short period of time in exchange for great power. Warriors who took this pill would often have their strength greatly increased. They would be able to kill warriors who were stronger than them. However, the side effects of this pill were particularly great. After taking the violent blood pill, the warrior would lose half of his blood essence. At that time, it would be as if he was seriously injured. He would not be able to move freely at all. Moreover, his strength would also decrease. It could be said that this pill was something that harmed others without benefiting oneself. Otherwise, why do you think that with my cultivation at the peak of the corporeal yang stage, I am not afraid of you, a warrior of the half-step human king realm? The one-eyed man sneered and swallowed the violent blood pill. Boom! A muffled explosion suddenly erupted from within the one-eyed man's body. It was as if countless small bombs had exploded within his body. Immediately, countless bloody lines crisscrossed on his body, as if countless blood-colored earthworms had been placed within them. Ah! The one-eyed man screamed in pain. At this moment, his face was covered in cold sweat. However, an extremely powerful aura burst out from his body, instantly filling the entire open space. The violent blood pill is quite amazing. It can actually directly raise a warrior of the peak of the corporeal yang stage to the initial human king realm. The extent of this increase is quite amazing. Zhuan's eyes flickered. He stared at the one-eyed man, whose strength had skyrocketed, with some surprise. Hee. The side effects of the violent blood pill are great. This one-eyed man is quite bold to use this pill so decisively. However, once the effect of this pill is over, I'm afraid that his strength will be greatly reduced. It will not be easy for him to recover, Master Karaki said casually with a faint smile. You force me to use the violent blood pill. You will have to pay the corresponding price. The one-eyed man's eyes were red. He sneered and instantly disappeared from where he was standing. So fast, the tight-dressed lady's pretty face changed greatly. She waved her jade-like hand, and a fiery red whip swept towards the one-eyed man from a tricky angle like a fire python. Huh! After taking the violent blood pill, my strength is no less than that of an initial human king realm warrior. You want to stop me with your cultivation of the half-step human king realm? The one-eyed man laughed wildly. He did not dodge the tight-dressed lady's red whip at all. He grabbed the red whip with his right hand and directly caught it in his hand. It's not your turn to be arrogant now. The one-eyed man sneered and pulled the whip with his right hand. The tight-dressed lady felt an extremely powerful force coming from the red whip in her hand. Then, her body involuntarily fell towards the one-eyed man. Damn it, the tight-dressed lady cursed. Yuan power burst out from her body, and she wanted to retrieve the red whip. At this moment, she suddenly realized that the force in the red whip had dissipated. She could not help but stagger. In the blink of an eye, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of the tight-dressed lady. Then, the one-eyed man's ferocious face appeared in the lady's eyes. Boom! The one-eyed man had no intention of showing any mercy. The veins on his right fist bulged, and a powerful yuan power burst out. Then, he punched the lady's flat lower abdomen violently. Bang! The tight-dressed lady was like a falling leaf. She flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground. After flying for more than 10 meters, the lady violently collided with a tree trunk. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her expression became extremely dispirited. Seeing that the strongest woman in the convoy was actually defeated by the one-eyed man, the morale of the convoy guards who were fighting against the black-clothed strong men was greatly reduced. In an instant, the black-clothed strong men exterminated almost all of them. Sister Tongyu, when the tight-dressed lady fell to the ground, the innocent young lady who was surrounded by everyone in the convoy could not help but cry out. Her watery eyes were filled with a thick mist, causing people to feel pity for her. Wen Qian, quickly leave. This place is not safe. The tight-dressed lady struggled to stand up. Her defeated face could not help but shout at the innocent young lady. Leave? Do you think that you people can leave today? The one-eyed man followed the voice and saw the young lady with tears on her face. A glint flashed across his ferocious eyes. With a stomp of his foot, he transformed into an illusory figure and arrived above the pure young lady. His right hand turned into a claw and suddenly reached out. He grabbed the young lady's skinny shoulder and lifted her up. At this moment, the young lady was clearly frightened and did not know what to do. Faced with the one-eyed man's claw, she was powerless to resist. She could only cry, and her face was filled with panic. Let her go. Do you know who we are? We are from the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families in Broken Rock City. The young lady in your hand is the Zhao family's long-lost daughter. The tight-dressed lady's face suddenly became anxious as she shouted. Chapter 249. Revealing his strength from Zhuo Xiangding's words, Zhuo knew that his aunt's disappearance was most likely caused by the Zhao family. Moreover, the Zhao family had forced his aunt to marry into the Zhao family. He could feel the hatred and disgust towards the Zhao family in Zhuo Xiangding's words. It was precisely because of this situation that Zhuo naturally didn't have a good impression of the Zhao family that he had never seen before. At this moment, when he saw that the carriage was actually the Zhao family's troops, Zhuo naturally had no reason to step forward to help. Zhao family? Hee. Do you think I don't know that you're from the Zhao family? You're Zhao Tongyu, the daughter of the Zhao family's guard captain, Zhao Yan. The girl in my hand is called Zhao Wenqian, the illegitimate daughter of your Zhao family's patriarch. The one-eyed man laughed coldly and said with disdain, Your goal isn't our goods, but Wenqian? Could it be that you were sent by Zhao Yaoding? Zhao Tongyu coughed a few times, her expression changing greatly as she shouted. Your reaction is quite fast. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you. We were indeed sent by the eldest young master. In the eldest young master's opinion, this kind of vile spawn born outside has no qualifications to enter the Zhao family. Entering the Zhao family will only be an insult to the Zhao family's door. The one-eyed man's gaze revealed an ominous glint. His right hand suddenly grabbed the girl in his hand, causing the girl to cry out in pain. The tears in her eyes poured down in torrents. Stop! You're only Zhao Yaoding's dog. What qualifications do you have to touch Wenqian? Zhao Tongyu's charming face darkened as she shouted. You're really noisy. You're already a fish on the chopping board, yet you're still so arrogant. Looks like I hit you too lightly. The one-eyed man sneered. His figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Tongyu. He raised his right foot high and fiercely stomped on the latter's abdomen. Poochie! Zhao Tongyu spat out another mouthful of blood. Her charming face was filled with pain. Stop! Don't hurt big sister Tongyu. The young girl was extremely helpless at this moment. The 2 streaks of tears on her cheeks were a ghastly sight. Looking at the tear-stained girl in his hand, an obscure look flashed across the one-eyed man's eyes. His thick hand pinched the girl's chin as he said, If you listen to me obediently, I won't hurt your big sister Tongyu. How about it? The young girl choked with sobs, her eyes slightly red. She could see a terrifying light flash in the one-eyed man's eyes. The The man's gaze caused the young girl's delicate body to tremble uncontrollably. Just as the one-eyed man was about to take another step, a clear and indifferent voice suddenly sounded. "Since you've finished your business, you can make way. We've been waiting for half an hour." The one-eyed man narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look. He saw a handsome young man not far away, yawning with an impatient look on his face. "Give way. You two heard our conversation just now. Do you think you can still leave?" The one-eyed man grinned maliciously. His tone was full of malicious intent. In his view, Zhuowen and Master Karaki beside him. One was only a 16-year-old young man, while the other was an old man with one foot in the grave. The two of them looked like ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. This was also the reason why the one-eyed man didn't make a move on them in the beginning. Originally, if the conversation between him and Zhao Tongyu hadn't been heard by Zhuowen and Master Karaki, perhaps the one-eyed man really wouldn't have cared about these two ordinary people in his eyes. However, since he had already exposed that he was sent by Zhao Yaoding, he had no choice but to silence these people who knew about it. "Oh, you mean you don't plan to let us go?" Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice. "Humph. In order to ensure that this matter won't be exposed, I naturally have to keep your mouth shut forever. The best way to keep your mouth shut is to die. I can only say that you're too unlucky today. You heard something you shouldn't have heard and saw someone you shouldn't have seen." The killing intent in the one-eyed man's eyes gradually rose, and his voice was cold. "That makes sense. Now, I can give you a chance. If you immediately kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times, I can forgive you for speaking rudely to me just now. Remember, this is the only chance I can give you to live." Nodding slightly, Zhuowen said with a serious expression. Once these words were spoken, the scene instantly became extremely quiet. Other than Grandmaster Karaki's calm expression, everyone else looked at Zhuowen, who was boasting shamelessly, as if they were looking at an idiot. Who did he think he was? A young man actually dared to say such words. Didn't he know that the one-eyed man in front of him had reached the level of the human king after taking the bloodburst pill? This kind of strength could be considered an expert even in Broken Rock City. Even Zhao Tongyu, who was dressed in red, stared blankly at the young man who was not far away, who still had a calm expression. She muttered in a low voice, "Is there something wrong with this guy's head? He actually dares to say such provocative words. Could it be that he knows that the one-eyed man won't let him go, so he gave up on himself?" Even the one-eyed man was stunned when he heard Zhuowen's reckless words. He didn't expect that the seemingly weak young man in front of him would be so arrogant and even dare to speak such nonsense. What an arrogant kid. You're about to die, yet you still dare to say such words. Zhou, cripple this kid. Be careful not to kill him. In a while, I will let him have a good taste of pain. I haven't met such an arrogant and conceited brat for a long time. The one-eyed man pointed at a sturdy young man beside him and said to Zhuowen, "Boss, don't worry. I will definitely let this kid enjoy the taste of pain. It's rare to have such an interesting toy. Naturally, I won't be so impatient to play with him to death." The sturdy young man named Zhou revealed a sinister smile on his face. His flat triangular eyes stared straight at Zhuowen. Swoosh! With a fierce stomp of his foot, Zhou shot toward Zhuowen like an arrow that had left the bow. A palm that contained blazing golden yuan power instantly arrived above Zhuowen and ruthlessly pressed down on the top of Zhuowen's head. The sinister smile on Zhou Li's face grew even more vigorous. Clang! Zhuowen gently extended a hand. Without using any yuan power, he directly pinched Zhou Li's palm. Subsequently, Zhuowen twisted his wrist. A clear cracking sound abruptly rang out, and the sinister smile on Zhou Li's face instantly froze. Soon after, he saw that his arm had actually become twisted, and a heart-wrenching pain assaulted his heart. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream was instantly emitted from Zhou Li's mouth. It appeared somewhat mournful and shocking in the open space. Noisy. Zhuowen's body didn't move at all. He indifferently glanced at Zhou Li, whose face was twisted in pain. He withdrew his right hand and suddenly punched out. It directly hit Zhou Li's chest. The huge force caused Zhou Li's sternum to cave in, and then he was directly sent flying bang. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground immediately attracted everyone's attention. When the crowd saw that Zhou Li's sternum had caved in and his eyes were slightly protruding, they couldn't help but gasp and brighten up. The one-eyed man's pupils violently shrank as he looked at Zhou Li's corpse not far away in horror. Zhou Li was considered the strongest among his subordinates. His strength had already reached corporeal yang stage 9, and his strength was only slightly weaker than his usual strength. However, the ordinary-looking young man in front of him had casually killed an expert like Zhou Li. The one-eyed man felt that his brain couldn't wrap itself around this. Zhao Tongyu, who originally looked down on Zhuowen and Master Karaki, opened her cherry lips slightly. She looked at Zhou Li's miserable corpse on the ground in disbelief, as well as the indifferent young man not far away. She finally understood why the young man in front of her was so calm and indifferent from the beginning to the end. It turned out that he was so strong. Perhaps this person can help us get rid of the one-eyed man. Zhao Tongyu's beautiful eyes suddenly burst with a bright light. The original gloominess in her eyes was swept away and replaced with hope. However, a trace of worry appeared on her face. After all, the one-eyed man's strength has skyrocketed under the effect of the berserk blood pill. He's already comparable to the king realm. His strength isn't comparable to Zhou Li's. I don't know if this young man is his match. Boy, it seems that you're quite capable to be able to kill Zhou Li in one move. After coming back to his senses, the one-eyed man's face was full of seriousness. He looked at the young man in front of him with fear. He suddenly felt that he couldn't see through the young man in front of him. Didn't you just say that you don't want to meddle in other people's business? I can make way for you now. You can leave first. Speaking up to here, the one-eyed man suddenly made way. He couldn't see through Zhuowen. Moreover, he had already completed his mission. It wasn't worthwhile to offend the young man in front of him, who was quite strong. Just a moment ago, the one-eyed man had threatened to kill Zhou Li. Now that he saw that Zhou Li wasn't weak, he readily agreed to make way. This made Zhuowen sneer in his heart. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't take it. It's too late for you to let me go now. Zhuowen's gaze became even colder as he walked towards the one-eyed man step by step. The yuan power within his body was released without reservation. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped by a powerful pressure. It was the pressure that Zhuowen had released. Under this pressure, some of the dust on the ground began to evaporate like air currents as they slowly rose into the air. Earth King Realm Martial Artist? How is this possible? Feeling the air around him suddenly solidifying, the one-eyed man's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly cried out loudly. He looked at the young man who was slowly walking towards him in disbelief. Traces of cold sweat slowly flowed down his face. He finally understood why the young man's words were so arrogant. It was because he had the qualifications to be arrogant. The young man in front of him was only 16 years old, but he had already reached the Earth King realm, which even the older generation might not necessarily reach. With such talent and strength, it was likely that only those superpowers could nurture such a young expert. Chapter 250. Zhao Yaoding. He's actually an Earth King stage cultivator. Zhao Tongyu's cherry lips trembled as her beautiful eyes stared at the youth not far away. She involuntarily exclaimed. Zhao Tongyu bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth as she looked at the young man nearby with a complicated expression. Even in her Zhao family, an Earth King stage cultivator was an existence with a high status. They were existences that she could only look up to. However, the young man in front of her was even younger than her, yet he had already reached such a terrifying realm. This caused her to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Little brother, let's talk nicely. I'm Zhao Hui, a member of the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families of Broken Rock City. I believe you've heard of our Zhao family's name. For the sake of our Zhao family, I hope that little brother will be magnanimous and forgive me. The one-eyed dragon man's legs suddenly trembled as cold sweat trickled down his face. He couldn't help but retreat. I've said that you only have one chance. Since you didn't grasp it then, raising his head slightly, a cold light flashed across Zhuan's eyes. He took a step forward, and his entire body turned into countless afterimages. In an instant, he arrived behind the one-eyed man. His right fist suddenly punched out. Accompanied by the sound of countless explosions, it suddenly smashed into the man's back. Pop! Countless clouds of blood immediately dispersed from the one-eyed man's body. The man's eyes bulged as a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. Soon after, he fell straight to the ground as fresh blood continuously flowed out. Then you won't have another chance. With a flash of lightning, Zhuan once again appeared at his previous position. He indifferently stared at the one-eyed man who had already fallen to the ground with a cold expression. After cultivating the lightning snake wings of the 6 wings of wind and lightning, Zhuan's every step was accompanied by a trace of lightning. His speed was comparable to a heavenly king stage cultivator. If he used his full strength, his speed was practically unrivaled under the ultimate emperor stage. This was also why the one-eyed man couldn't even catch sight of Zhuan's figure and was directly killed. The dozens of black, clothed men in the surroundings couldn't help but be stunned. When they saw the one-eyed man instantly killed, they all panicked and turned around to flee in all directions. "You want to leave?" Zhuan's eyes hardened slightly as he watched the dozens of black-clothed, strong men flee in all directions. He stomped his foot and countless lightning flashed. A deafening roar immediately exploded on the ground. Zhuan left behind countless afterimages on the spot. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, countless miserable cries immediately rose and fell. Subsequently, the dozens of black-clothed strong men who wanted to flee only managed to run for around 10 steps before stopping. Subsequently, their bodies strangely emitted an endless amount of blood fog as they directly fell to the ground, completely dead. So fast, Zhao Tongyu bitterly smiled as she watched several dozen strong men in black being killed by Zhuan in the blink of an eye. Now that Zhuan had made his move, she had experienced just how strong an Earth King stage practitioner was. Moreover, she could even feel that Zhuan's strength was much stronger than those Earth King stage elders of the Zhao clan. She didn't know if this was just her imagination. After dealing with the black-clothed strong men, Zhuan calmly walked towards Grandmaster Tsangmu and said with a faint smile, "Old man Tsangmu, let's go." Grandmaster Tsangmu glanced at Zhuan with some surprise. Zhuan's speed just now had truly stunned him. If his guess was correct, the speed that Zhuan had displayed just now was not inferior to an ordinary Heavenly King stage expert. However, he only thought that Zhuan had obtained quite a few opportunities in the ancient cave dwelling. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. Nodding slightly, the two of them planned to return to the carriage and continue their journey. "Sister Tongyu, are you all right?" After Zhuan made his move, Zhao Wenxian was released by the one-eyed man. At this moment, there were still 2 streaks of tears on her face. She came to Zhao Tongyu's side and helped her up as she asked in a rather worried manner. "I'm fine." Zhao Tongyu forced a smile. Looking at the figure of the youth who was about to leave, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Both of you wait." Beside her, Zhao Wenxian's beautiful eyes also rotated. Her large watery eyes stared straight at Zhuan's figure. The scene of the youth leisurely taking care of the one-eyed man and the dozens of black-clothed strong men still remained in her mind for a long time. Originally, Zhao Tongyu's strength was already very strong in her eyes. She did not expect that the youth in front of her, who was only a few years older than her, was actually much stronger than Zhao Tongyu. When she recalled the figure of the youth killing the enemies just now, a trace of worship unknowingly slowly rose in her eyes. Pausing his footsteps, Zhuan turned around and looked at Zhao Tongyu, Zhao Wenxian, and the group of people who were still alive behind the 2 women. "Are the 2 of you heading to Broken Rock City? Why don't we head there together?" Zhao Tongyu hesitated for a moment before she finally opened her mouth. However, there was a trace of apprehension on her beautiful face. She was very clear that Zhao Wenxian was the illegitimate daughter of the current Zhao family's patriarch. She had been wandering outside for many years and was only recently found. However, the patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Yaoding, regarded this sister of his as a disgrace and did not want her to return to the family. Therefore, Zhao Yaoding would definitely intercept and kill her halfway. The one-eyed man and his group were the assassins sent by Zhao Yaoding. If it was not for Zhuan's intervention today, Zhao Tongyu was very clear that they would definitely have died here today. She knew that Zhao Yaoding would definitely not give up. If they wanted to safely head to Broken Rock City, they would need an expert to hold the fort. And right now, the best candidate was none other than the person in front of them, Zhuan. Before I agree, let me ask you a question first. Since you are from the Zhao family, one of the 4 great families of Broken Rock City, have you heard of a girl named Zhuan Jin? Looking straight at the 2 women in front of him, Zhuan's gaze slightly focused as he casually asked, Zhuan Jin? I haven't heard of her. Our Zhao family doesn't seem to have such a person. When Zhao Tongyu heard this, a trace of doubt immediately appeared on her charming face as she shook her head. Is that so? A trace of disappointment flashed through Zhuan's eyes. Zhuan Jin? I seem to have heard this name from my mother. Just when Zhuan thought that he would not be able to get the slightest clue, a timid voice suddenly sounded out. Oh, you've heard of this name? Then do you know her whereabouts? Slightly turning his head, Zhuan stared straight at Zhao Wenxian, who was beside Zhao Tongyu, as he asked with bright eyes. Feeling Zhuan's fervent gaze, Zhao Wenxian's charming face flushed red. Her watery eyes involuntarily glanced away, not daring to look directly at Zhuan. Her hands were somewhat nervously clasped together as she softly said, I only inadvertently heard this name from my mother's mouth. It seems that this Zhuan Jin used to have some relationship with my father and mother. As for the specific details, I'm not too clear. Your father and mother? Then where are they now? Zhuan Jin is my relative. This trip to Broken Rock City is for this reason. I hope this lady can help me ask around. Zhuan's gaze was sincere as he said. Hearing this, Zhao Wenxian's eyes darkened as she lightly sighed and said, My mother passed away many years ago, and my father is the current head of the Zhao family. If you want to know the whereabouts of Zhuan Jin, I'm afraid you'll have to ask my father. The head of the Zhao family? Looking at the gloomy Zhao Wenxian, Zhuan's face revealed a thoughtful expression. It seemed that the whereabouts of his aunt would not be easy to find. He would have to find the head of the Zhao family. After pondering for a while, Zhuan nodded and said, Since it's on the way, let's go to Broken Rock City together. However, I do have a request. When we reach Broken Rock City, I want to see the head of the Zhao family. There are some things that I need to ask him. Of course. After all, Wenxian is the only child of the current head of the Zhao family. The head of the Zhao family dotes on her very much. This request can naturally be fulfilled. Zhao Tongyu readily agreed. In the hall of the Zhao family, a man of about 30 years old with an aquiline nose looked gloomily at a servant who was kneeling before him. He said coldly, Are you saying that the assassination of that bastard Zhao Wenxian failed? Zhao Hui has a violent blood pill on him. After consuming the violent blood pill, Zhao Hui's strength is comparable to an initial stage human king. With such strength, he still can't get rid of Zhao Wenxian and her group. The strongest of the guards who escorted Zhao Wenxian is Zhao Tongyu. Her strength is only at the half-step human king realm. She shouldn't be a match for Zhao Hui, whose strength has greatly increased. What's going on? The aquiline-nosed man was the young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Yaoding. He was ruthless and extremely shrewd. The disappearance of Zhuan's aunt, Zhuan Jin, was closely related to him. In the hall, the servant in black who was kneeling on the ground trembled. He said with a trembling voice, It was done by a young man. At that time, I saw the young man kill Zhao Hui in an instant from afar. He even killed the rest of Zhao Hui's subordinates in the blink of an eye. His methods were extremely ruthless. I conclude that the young man's strength is at least at the complete human king realm or even the earth king realm. A young man? Where did that young man come from? Since his cultivation is above the human king realm at such a young age, he is definitely not a nobody. Zhao Yaoding's eyes flickered and his face became even gloomier. He did not expect that someone would come out of nowhere and ruin his plan. That young man is a stranger. You should not be from our broken rock city. The servant in black said carefully. When Zhao Yaoting heard this, he snorted coldly. No wonder he dares to ruin our Zhao family's business. It turns out that he is not from our broken rock city. Pass down the order. Ask the captain of the purple court guards, Zhao Wuji, to come and find me. The servant in black was shocked when he heard this. The purple court guards were a powerful group of guards in the Zhao family. Their captain, Zhao Wuji, was a famous expert in the Zhao family. His strength was of the complete Earth King realm, and his status in the Zhao family was quite high. The servant in black knew that Zhao Yaoting was probably going to send this group to deal with Zhao Wenxian and the others. He responded and left the room. Uncle, your patriarch position will definitely be mine. Do you think that you can restrain me just because you found your bastard daughter, Zhao Wenxian? You have underestimated me. Today, I will kill your bastard daughter first. In the future, I will get rid of you and take complete control of the Zhao family. From then on, no one will be able to stop me. Chapter 251. Chapter 251 Z Tingwei Creek. The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man, wearing purple armor with a cold expression, walked into the hall with steady steps. He knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Subordinate Zhao Wuji greets Master. May I know why Master called for this subordinate?" "Limitless." Zhao Hui's assassination failed. Zhao Yaoting's eyes flickered as he said indifferently, "Zhao Hui actually failed. I remember that Master once bestowed him with a violent blood pill. With the violent blood pill's heaven-defying medicinal effects, he still couldn't complete the mission?" Zhao Wuji frowned slightly as he asked in surprise. "Zhao Wenxian was saved. I heard that he is a young man. It is said that his strength is above the perfection of the human king realm. You should know why I asked you to come here. Zhao Wenxian cannot be left alive. Go kill them all and bring Zhao Wenxian's head to me," Zhao Yaoting said calmly. "Perfection of the human king realm? Don't worry, Master. This subordinate will definitely complete the mission. It is just a consummation sovereign personage brat," Zhao Wuji said proudly as he raised his head. "Yes, with you taking action, this young master is naturally at ease. Remember, do not leave anyone alive. This young master wants to make sure that the dead cannot testify. Only in this way. Even if my uncle suspects me, he can't do anything to me." Zhao Yaoting smiled coldly. "Understood. We, the purple court guards, won't make any mistakes. Don't worry, Master." Deep in the night, the sky was dotted with stars. In the depths of the quiet forest, a wisp of bonfire slowly rose. It was rather dazzling in the pitch-black night. There were already many figures surrounding the bonfire. The group of people were chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Zhuowen and Grandmaster Karaki sat quietly by the bonfire. Grandmaster Karaki was the first to speak. "We will arrive at Broken Rock City in about 5 days. Kid, the Arcana ceremony is coming soon. Before the Arcana ceremony, you have to register as an Arcanist at the Arcana Guild and get your badge." "Yes. However, I am looking forward to the so-called Arcane ceremony. I have always stayed in Vine Armor City and have never seen the outside world. Moreover, I am also very curious about what kind of existence the Arcane Guild is." Zhuowen's lips squirmed as he said indifferently, "Big brother Zhuowen, you haven't eaten anything all day, right? This is rabbit meat that I personally roasted. Try it and see what you think." A clear and melodious voice like that of an oriole sounded. Zhao Wenxian had unknowingly arrived beside Zhuowen. She handed the rabbit meat in her slender hand to Zhuowen as she spoke with hopeful eyes. With a faint smile, he took the rabbit meat and took a bite. He felt that the meat was fresh and tender, and the texture was crispy and smooth. It was actually very delicious. He could not help but give a thumbs up and said with a smile, "Miss Qian-er's cooking is really good. This rabbit meat is actually so delicious." Hearing Zhuowen's praise, Zhao Wenxian smiled sweetly. Her clear big eyes narrowed into a line, and her cheeks turned red. Zhuowen had been following Zhao Wenxian's team for 10 days now, and he had gotten familiar with Zhao Wenxian and Zhao Tongyu after getting along with them for 10 days. At the same time, Zhuowen had also learned a lot about Zhao family situation from them. From what the two of them said, it seemed that the Zhao family was currently in a turbulent situation. The current head of the Zhao family did not have a very high prestige in the Zhao family. Instead, the Zhao family's eldest young master, Zhao Yaoding, had more prestige and power than the head of the Zhao family. The master who sent Zhao Hui to assassinate Zhao Wenxian was Zhao Yaoding. Zhao Yaoding was the guy who went to the Zhuo family to propose marriage 10 years ago. Zhuowen knew that his aunt's disappearance might be deeply related to this person. Seeing that Zhuowen was eating with relish beside him, Master Karaki raised his eyebrows and said with some displeasure, "Miss Qian, why do you only have eyes for your big brother Zhuowen? Could it be that this old man is invisible?" Hearing these words, Zhao Wenxian's pretty face immediately turned red. She softly said, "Senior Karaki, I did not do it on purpose. Let me roast another one for you." As she spoke, Zhao Wenxian flew away. However, the blush on her pretty face did not dissipate for a long time, like a ripe red apple. "AI, it's good to be young and capable. This old man can't compare. Brat, this old man sees that this little girl is interested in you. Why don't you?" Speaking to this point, Master Karaki suddenly said mischievously. Rolling his eyes at the old and unscrupulous Master Karaki, Zhuowen no longer paid attention to the dirty old man beside him. In his mind, he involuntarily recalled the deep kiss that Mu Qinxue had given him when they parted, as well as her unwilling eyes. His eyes emitted a trace of determination. "I wonder how Mu Qinxue is doing in Jiaxin Academy?" Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen gazed at the sky, filled with stars as he thought absent-mindedly. Early in the morning, a gentle ray of light sprinkled down. After Zhuowen and the rest had finished packing, they led the group towards the direction of Broken Rock City. Dang, dang, dang. When the procession arrived at a dense forest, the ear-piercing sound of horse hooves was suddenly heard from the front. It was rumbling as it resounded. "Stop!" At the front of the group was Zhuowen and Master Karaki. Behind them were Zhao Tongyu and Zhao Wenxian. The rest were ordinary people and surviving warriors. After receiving Zhuowen's signal, everyone stopped. This was because they had also heard the hurried sound of horse hooves in front of them. The sound came from afar, and in an instant, it came into everyone's line of sight. They saw a group of figures wearing heavy purple armor, riding on purple horses rapidly approaching. Finally, they stopped about 10 meters away from the group. Zhuowen and Master Karaki looked at each other with a puzzled expression. However, Zhao Tongyu's expression changed drastically. She could not help but exclaim, "It's actually the purple palace guards of the Zhao family. That bastard Zhao Yaoding actually sent out the purple palace guards to kill Wenxian." At this moment, Zhao Wenxian's pretty face became extremely pale. Obviously, she did not expect that Zhao Yaoding would not change his mind and insist on killing her. She bit her cherry lips and said to Zhuowen, "Brother Zhuowen, the purple palace guards are the elite guards of the Zhao family. Every one of them is above the human king realm. Their captain, Zhao Wuji, is even a perfect Earth King realm expert. With our current strength, we can't contend with them at all. So you should leave. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to die with us." Zhao Wenxian's pretty face was filled with bitterness. She clearly knew how strong the purple palace guards of the Zhao family were. Although Zhuowen's strength was strong enough and was at the Earth King realm, the captain of the purple palace guards, Zhao Wuji, was at the perfect Earth King realm. He even had dozens of human king realm subordinates under his command. Even the young man in front of her would find it difficult to resist such a force. Letting Zhuowen and Master Karaki leave was obviously the wisest choice for Zhao Wenxian. "Don't worry, I don't care about the perfect Earth King realm. Moreover, I, Zhuowen, will never give up halfway. Since I have promised to escort you to Broken Rock City, I will naturally not go back on my word." Zhuowen turned his head and smiled at Zhao Wenxian as he said softly. Looking at the young man's warm smile, Zhao Wenxian did not know why, but she felt an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. A special kind of dependence gradually rose in the depths of her heart. "Zhuowen, do you know how terrifying the purple court guards are? Among them, Zhao Wuji is a rather famous expert in the Zhao family. He is extremely powerful, and his cultivation is already infinitely close to the half-step Heavenly King realm. I heard that he has even escaped from a Heavenly King realm cultivator before. In short, he is not a simple person. Moreover, he has brought along most of the experts from the Purple Court Guards. These dozens of Purple Court Guards are all above the Human King realm. I'm afraid we are really finished this time. Zhao Tongyu pursed her cherry lips tightly and said with some despair, I know. I really want to see how powerful the so-called expert you speak of is. With a faint smile, Zhuowen twisted his right hand, and a black spear that was several feet long suddenly appeared in his hand. With a step on the saddle, Zhuowen's figure steadily landed in front of the Purple Court Guards. His gaze was extremely calm. Could it be that he intends to take on the Purple Court Guards alone? Zhao Tongyu's beautiful eyes narrowed as she looked at the young man's figure walking step by step towards the Purple Court Guards in disbelief. Senior Karaki, are you not going to stop him? Zhuowen is simply courting death. Zhao Tongyu stared at Master Karaki beside her as her pretty face was filled with worry. Don't worry. Zhuowen is not a reckless person. Moreover, his strength is far beyond your imagination. Just as he said, the Purple Court Guards are nothing in his eyes. Master Karaki smiled faintly and said slowly, Zhuowen was a ruthless person who had set the record of killing 1,000 human King Realm cultivators by himself. How could the Purple Court Guards in front of him be compared to the thousands of cultivators in the ancient cave mansion? Could it be that they are all crazy? Or does Zhuowen really have the strength to take on the Purple Court Guard alone? Zhao Tongyu was also somewhat helpless towards Master Karaki's attitude. She stared at Zhuowen's back as she bit her lower lip. On the purple horse, Zhao Wuji looked at Zhuowen, who was holding a long spear and walking towards him step by step. His face could not help but reveal a strange expression. Zhuowen stood 5 meters away and pointed his black long spear at Zhao Wuji from afar. His clear voice slowly rang out. Did Zhao Yaoting send you to your death? However, I can show you a way out. If you turn around now and get lost, perhaps you can still live. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will have to go to hell. Zhao Wuji and the Purple Court Guards behind him could not help but be stunned when they heard this. Their gazes were focused on the young man in front of them. They did not expect that a brat at the initial Earth King realm could be so arrogant and wild. Seems like there is something wrong with this brat's brain. He actually walked up to us alone and asked us to get lost. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. After a pause, Zhao Wuji's shoulders suddenly trembled violently. He actually laughed out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke. Following Zhao Wuji's laughter, the Purple Court Guards behind him also burst into laughter as a mocking smile appeared on their faces. Bang! A bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in the air, and Zhao Wuji's laughter came to an abrupt end. This was because a figure covered in lightning had taken a step forward and actually stomped on his chest. The huge force instantly caused Zhao Wuji to roll off the horse in a sorry state. Did you enjoy laughing? Continue laughing. Continue laughing. With a flash, Zhuowen ruthlessly stomped on Zhao Wuji's chest. His other leg was as fast as the wind as it ruthlessly kicked toward Zhao Wuji's mouth. Pa! Pa! Loud and clear sounds of footsteps resounded incessantly in the arena. For a moment, everyone was stunned. They could only stare blankly at Zhao Wuji, who was being stepped on, as well as the figure of the youth who was continuously stepping on him. Chapter 252. Completely annihilated Pucci. Zhao Wuji's face instantly swelled up as fresh blood, mixed with broken teeth, spurted out from his mouth. Veins were already popping out on his forehead. He did not expect Zhuowen's speed to be so fast. In the blink of an eye, he had kicked him to the ground. He did not even have the time to react. Little bastard, I'll definitely kill you. With a somewhat muffled shout, a mountain-like aura suddenly burst out from his body. Following which, Zhao Wuji's right hand suddenly grabbed Zhuowen's right leg in an attempt to trip him. Zhuowen's gaze slightly focused as he instantly saw through Zhao Wuji's intentions. With a stretch of his right hand, His long black spear was like a black python as it shot towards Zhao Wuji's forehead with a swoosh sound. Zhao Wuji's expression drastically changed as he hurriedly released his right hand and rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging Zhuan's spear. "Kill me? I like to see how you're going to kill me." With a cold snort, Zhuan's foot fiercely stomped as countless lightning bolts spread out from under his feet. His figure was like lightning as he viciously kicked Zhao Wuji's chest. Bang! Zhao Wuji was like a rubber ball as his entire body continuously slid on the ground. He slid for a total of 20 meters before coming to a stop as he vomited blood. Z-Ting guards, attack. Kill this brat for me. A trace of fear finally surfaced on Zhao Wuji's face. From the very beginning, he had been suppressed and beaten by this ordinary youth before him. This feeling was extremely sullen. "You dare to injure the captain? Everyone attack. Kill, kill, kill. Behead this brat, and we'll have done a great service." There were a total of 25 Z-Ting guards. After hearing Zhao Wuji's heart-wrenching order, they finally recovered from their daze. Although there was a trace of fear in their eyes, they still fearlessly charged towards Zhuan with their numbers advantage. "Come at me." A wave of fighting intent instantly gushed out from Zhuan's chest. With a loud roar, Zhuan raised his spear and fearlessly charged forward. Fiend Moon Secret Codex. Moon Filling Tower. He took a step forward and shook his hands. The black spear was like a bolt of lightning as it drew an arc in the air. With a whoosh, it turned into a silver arc of light and pierced towards the nearest purple court guard. The purple court guard soldier's expression changed slightly. He raised the weapon in his hand in an attempt to block the spear radiance that was shooting towards him. "Kacha!" A clear breaking sound suddenly rang out. Soon after, the weapon in the soldier's hand was broken into two. The spear flashed and pierced through the soldier's forehead. Fresh blood spurted out. The soldier's eyes widened as he fell straight to the ground. A dazzling arc of light instantly swept across the empty ground. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 purple court guards were bleeding from their foreheads as they fell to the ground one after another. After instantly killing 5 or 6 purple court guards, Zhuan licked his lips. The battle intent and killing intent in his eyes had already risen to the peak. With a loud roar, his entire body instantly erupted with countless bolts of lightning. They were like countless lightning snakes that coiled around Zhuan's back and forcefully transformed into a 10-meter-long pair of lightning wings. "I'll deal with all of you in one go." 6 wings of wind and lightning, lightning snake wings. Once the lightning snake wings were formed, Zhuan took a step forward. The lightning wings on his back flapped gently, and he left behind countless shadows and bolts of lightning. The spear in his hand instantly pierced out. Wrapped in lightning snakes, it suddenly shot towards the remaining purple court guards. In an instant, dazzling lightning radiance flickered in the entire space. After which, miserable shrieks suddenly rose and fell and resounded throughout the entire area. Whoosh! Zhuan, who had a 10-meter-long pair of lightning wings on his back, instantly returned to his original position. His gaze was as calm as water as he stared at the remaining purple court guards. The purple court guards that were originally charging forward seemed to have frozen at this moment. All of their eyes protruded out of their sockets. This lasted for 3 breaths of time before blood mist spurted out from the purple court guards. Bang! 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 Without any warning, the purple court guards fell one after another. There was no sign of life on their bodies. Clearly, they were all dead. The scene instantly became incomparably silent. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Wuji, who was clutching his chest, or Zhao Tongyu and Zhao Wenxian, who were in the carriages, all of them stared blankly at the 25 fallen purple court guards. As members of the Zhao family, Zhao Tongyu and Zhao Wenxian were very clear about how terrifying the purple court guards were. When this team took action, even an initial heavenly king stage practitioner would find it difficult to deal with them. However, in just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, such an extremely powerful team had actually been completely eliminated by Zhuan. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can my purple court guards lose? This is impossible. Zhao Wuji's eyes immediately turned scarlet red. He had nurtured the purple court guards bit by bit. Every single member was like his family. Now that the purple court guards had been eliminated, Zhao Wuji had already lost his mind. Little bastard, even if I die, I will drag you to see the king of hell and avenge my brothers. With a heart-wrenching roar, Zhao Wuji actually took out a blood-red pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Violent blood pill. Looking at the blood-red pill that Zhao Wuji swallowed, Zhuan's eyes narrowed. The one-eyed man had used this violent blood pill before, so Zhuan recognized it with a single glance. Boom! Countless blood veins densely covered Zhao Wuji's entire body, and his face was also wrapped with many blood veins, making him look rather sinister and ugly. At the same time, a suffocating aura suddenly erupted from Zhao Wuji's body. This aura had actually already surpassed the perfect Earth King stage. Initial Heavenly King stage? Not good. After Zhao Wuji consumed the violent blood pill, his strength actually soared to the initial Heavenly King stage. I'm afraid Zhuan is in danger. Feeling the soaring aura from Zhao Wuji's body, Zhao Tongyu's beautiful face changed greatly as she cried out in alarm. Zhao Wenxian, who was beside her, had her hands clasped together. Her watery eyes were already filled with a bit of mist, causing one to feel pity for her. Little bastard, you will definitely die. Zhao Wuji's eyes were scarlet red as he stared fixedly at Zhuan in front of him, and a beast-like sound came from his throat. Your sister. So what if you're at the Heavenly King stage? I'll still fight. With a cold snort, Zhuan's footsteps were like the wind. The lightning snake wings on his back flapped fiercely, and he turned into a bolt of lightning, instantly arriving in front of the somewhat crazy Zhao Wuji. With a sweep of his right hand, a powerful force almost caused a strong explosion in the air, and in the end, it heavily struck Zhao Wuji's chest. Dang, dang, dang. However, what surprised Zhuan was that Zhao Wuji did not lose his mind in such a situation. He raised his right elbow to block Zhuan's sweeping spear, clenched his left fist tightly, and punched out heavily, directly imprinting on Zhuan's chest. Humph! With a cold snort, Zhuan's mind moved, and the 10-foot-long lightning wings on his back immediately closed, wrapping around his chest to form a layer of lightning barrier, instantly blocking Zhao Wuji's fist. I've said it before, so what if you're a Heavenly King stage martial artist? Moreover, you are only at the initial level of the Heavenly King stage, so you're not a threat to me. After blocking Zhao Wuji's fist, Zhuan bit his thumb and smeared his blood on the surface of the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear. The black surface was immediately dyed red, and a demonic blood light slowly rose from the spear. Demon Moon Secret Manual, Second Style, Blood Moon Soul. The Demon Moon Secret Manual was a set of cultivation techniques contained within the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear that could be used together with a magic treasure. It could allow the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear, which was only a middle-rank spiritual treasure, to display the powerful strength of a high-rank spiritual treasure. The Demon Moon Secret Manual had a total of 5 styles. The first 2 styles were Full Moon Tower and Blood Moon Soul. However, Zhuan did not know the last 3 styles. It was said that the Demon Moon Dragon Spine Spear had to be upgraded to a high-rank spiritual treasure in order to display the power of the last 3 styles. With a nimble twist of his fingers, the long spear between his fingers started to spin continuously. At the same time, a huge blood-red full moon slowly rose from the void behind Zhuan. A bloodthirsty and valiant aura immediately poured out. Boom! The long spear turned into a red light and instantly pierced through Zhao Wuji's elbow, directly shooting towards his chest. With a piercing sound, the long spear pierced through his body, bringing with it a pillar of blood that shot out violently. Zhao Wuji looked at the blood-red spear in his chest in disbelief. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth as he stared at Zhuan and slowly fell to the ground. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground slowly rang out. When Zhao Tongyu and the rest saw Zhao Wuji's figure slowly falling to the ground, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and their lips involuntarily trembled. Zhao Wuji is actually dead? Zhuowen, how can he be so strong? Even Zhao Wuji, who had consumed the berserk blood pill, was not his match. Zhao Tongyu opened her mouth and could not help but mutter. Zhao Wenxian, who was beside her, had a relaxed smile on her pretty face. Her watery eyes narrowed into a slit, and a trace of worship flickered within them. She did not expect that even the purple court guard was not a match for the young man before her. So besides being shocked, there was also a trace of reverence and pleasant surprise. After returning to the carriage, Zhuowen patted his hands, as if he had done something unimportant, and his face was as calm as water from beginning to end. Zhuowen, Zhao Wuji is really dead? Zhao Tongyu felt a little dizzy and could not help but ask. Zhao Wuji's corpse is right there. If you don't believe me, you can go over and flip over his corpse to confirm it. Pulling the reins, Zhuowen climbed onto the horse and said to Zhao Tongyu with a faint smile. Zhao Tongyu laughed bitterly as she glanced at Zhao Wuji, who was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. She was very clear that Zhao Wuji was indeed dead, but she did not dare to believe it. After all, Zhao Wuji was a rather famous expert in the Zhao clan. No matter if it was fame or strength, it far surpassed her. However, such an existence that she looked up to in the past was now easily dealt with by Zhuowen. This caused Zhao Tongyu to be unable to accept it for a while. Let's go. We will arrive at Broken Rock City soon. The purple court guard that Zhao Yaoding sent this time was very strong. Now that they have been completely annihilated, Zhao Yaoding will probably not send anyone else to assassinate you. After speaking indifferently, Zhuowen took the lead and galloped along the road. At this moment, everyone in the carriage had already faintly regarded Zhuowen as their leader. Now that they saw Zhuowen take the lead, they followed one after another. Chapter 253. Broken Rock City. Zhao Yaoding sat on a wooden chair in a loft of the Zhao family. He held a teacup in his hand as he sipped his tea quietly. A white-haired elder in a long white robe, with a solemn expression, sat opposite Zhao Yaoding. He frowned slightly and said, Yaoding, do you think that the assassination of Zhao Wenxian will succeed? First Elder, don't worry. This time, I have even sent out my purple court guards. It is hard for me to imagine that the purple court guards will not be able to deal with that insignificant Zhao Wenxian. Zhao Yaoding took a sip of tea and said with a faint smile, Oh, it is actually the purple court guards? If that is the case, then I am completely at ease. Zhao Wenxian is the only obstacle to your ascension to the position of the family head. As long as this woman completely disappears, the position of the next family head will undoubtedly belong to you. The first elder smiled and said with a complacent expression, Thud, thud, thud. Hurried footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the door, causing Zhao Yaoding and the first elder to frown. A black-clothed servant scrambled into the room with a flustered expression on his face. Servant, you are becoming more and more outrageous. I am discussing an important matter with the first elder, and you actually barged in without knocking. Do you believe that I will directly chop you up? Zhao Yaoding's eyes were filled with a chilling intent as he stared coldly at the kneeling black-clothed servant below him. Master, please spare me. I have an important matter to report. Therefore, I was muddle-headed and barged in. The black-clothed servant knelt on the ground and said while trembling, Important matter? Is it related to the purple court guards? Zhao Yaoding's eyes flashed when he heard this as he asked anxiously, Master is right. I am here to report information regarding the purple court guards. The black-clothed servant lowered his head and said respectfully, I don't need you to report this matter. I know the outcome. With this young master's violet court guards taking action, Zhao Wenxian and the others are dead for sure. I'm afraid Zhao Wuji is already on the way back with Zhao Wenxian's head on his way back. Zhao Yaoding interrupted the black-clothed servant who was about to speak, but stopped, and he laughed loudly with complacency. Yaoding, it seems that this old man must congratulate you this time. Now that you've gotten rid of Zhao Wenxian, you can sit back and relax. The great elder stood up and clasped his hands together. His old face was full of surprise and joy. First elder, you also contributed to this matter. If you had not always stood by my side, I'm afraid that even if Zhao Wenxian had died today, Zhao Xuanwu would not have been willing to hand over the position of patriarch to me. When I ascend to the position of the patriarch, I will certainly not forget great elder's kindness." Zhao Yaoding was in a rather good mood as he spoke magnanimously. When the first elder heard this, he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. The black-clothed servant who was kneeling on the ground looked at the two people who were imagining things in front of him with a head full of cold sweat. He hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, "Master, the Violet Court Guard's assassination has failed. Furthermore, according to the information from the scouts, the Violet Court Guards, including Lord Zhao Wuji, have been completely annihilated." Bang! Zhao Yaoding suddenly crushed the teacup in his hand. The smile on his face instantly froze. His eyes widened as he stared at the black-clothed servant in front of him in disbelief. He said, "What did you just say? Say it again." The laughter on the great elder's face instantly froze. He also focused his gaze on the black-clothed servant below. According to the information from the scouts, the Violet Court Guard have been completely annihilated. I heard that the person who annihilated the Violet Court Guards was a young man called Zhuowen. As for the young man's background, we do not know. We only know that the young man is not from Broken Rock City. And, boom, before the black-clothed servant could finish his sentence, he suddenly flew out like a falling leaf. Finally, he smashed through the door and landed in the courtyard outside. Fresh blood continuously spurted out like a fountain. His eyes bulged, and he died immediately. Zhao Yaoding slowly withdrew his hand. His face was ashen and extremely ugly. He coldly muttered, "Zhuowen? He actually dared to kill my Violet Court Guards. He is really bold. Great Elder, help me investigate this Zhuowen. I want to see his background. He actually dares to act so recklessly." The astonishment on the first elder's face slowly faded and was replaced by a grave expression. He was also well aware of the Purple Hall Guard strength. Since he was able to wipe out the entire Purple Hall Guard, it meant that the young man called Zhuowen was not simple. "I understand. I will investigate Zhuowen's background. However, what about Zhao Wenxian? Are we just going to let her return to the Zhao clan?" The great elder hesitated for a moment before asking again. Zhao Yaoding's face became even uglier. He coldly snorted. "Since the Violet Court Guard have failed, there is no need to send anyone else. There is no time. However, so what if Zhao Wenxian returns to the Zhao clan? With the clan's resources that I currently control, since the soft approach does not work, I will use the hard approach. The position of the clan is mine." The great elder softly sighed. He knew that if Zhao Yaoding were to use the hard approach, the clan would likely be in chaos. Gazing into the distance, Zhuowen could not help but exclaim in admiration in his heart as he gazed at Broken Rock City, which was like a giant dragon entrenched in the ground. The Broken Rock City in front of him was truly an eye-opener for him. Just the city gate alone was made of huge black rocks and was dozens of feet tall. The huge city gate, which was cast from copper and iron, was extremely grand. Countless people entered and exited like a long dragon. The hubbub of voices was extremely noisy. It could be said that no matter if it was the size of the city or its prosperity, it was not something that the small Rattan Armor City could compare to. As expected of a super city, it is actually so grand and huge. I'm afraid that its size is equivalent to a few hundred Rattan Armor cities. Zhuowen softly muttered. However, there was some excitement in his heart. Zhao Tongyu and Zhao Wenxian, who were behind him, looked strangely at the young man who was looking around like a country bumpkin. They could not imagine that the body of this curious young man actually contained a powerful strength that even a perfect Earth King stage expert could not compare to. The convoy led by Zhao Tongyu had the symbol of the Zhao family. Therefore, the group smoothly passed through the inspection of the city gate guards and entered Broken Rock City without any obstructions. After entering the city, their line of sight suddenly became clear. The hubbub of voices came from all directions. The lively atmosphere in the city was actually many times better than in Rattan Armor City. Even the streets inside were as wide as a plaza. "Big Brother Zhuowen, It is all thanks to you that we have this journey. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we would have met with misfortune along the way. You must be tired from this journey. Why don't you come to our Zhao family? My father will definitely treat you well." Zhuowen's beautiful face was flushed as she turned her head and invited Zhuowen. "Yes, Zhuowen, you have helped us greatly this time. If the patriarch knows, he will probably reward you heavily." Zhao Tongyu looked at the young man in front of her with a face full of hope. Zhuowen and Grandmaster Kuraki looked at each other, but shook their heads and said, "Sorry, we still have important things to do, so we probably can't go to your Zhao family now. I will go to your Zhao family in 2 days. After all, I still have to ask your father about my aunt's whereabouts." Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed across Zhao Wenqian's beautiful face. However, she still forced a smile and said, "So it's like this. Big brother Zhuowen, you must come to our Zhao family in 2 days. You are so powerful at such a young age. I'm afraid that my father will be very happy to meet you." "Yes, I will." With a wave of his hand, Zhuowen followed Grandmaster Kuraki and left the city gate. Zhao Wenqian's beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen's back until Zhuowen's back disappeared from her sight. Then, she withdrew her gaze in disappointment. She turned her head and saw Zhao Tongyu looking at her with a teasing expression. Zhao Wenqian's beautiful face immediately turned red. She was a little embarrassed and said, "Big sister Tongyu, why are you looking at me like that? You still can't bear to part with your big brother Zhuowen? Look at your reluctant eyes. Little girl, have you taken a fancy to that Zhuowen?" Zhao Tongyu's beautiful eyes were full of teasing as she said mischievously. Hearing this, Zhao Wenqian's beautiful face turned even redder. She lowered her head in embarrassment and said in a low voice, "Big sister Tongyu, you're teasing me again. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I can feel that this Zhuowen is not simple. He was able to reach the Earth King stage at such a young age and was even able to easily kill Zhao Wuji. Which beauty wouldn't be moved by such a man? Even I, your big sister Tongyu, am a little moved." Zhao Tongyu's beautiful eyes suddenly looked in the direction that Zhuowen left in and muttered in a low voice, "Old Songmu, are we going to the Arcane Guild to take the test now?" Following beside Grandmaster Songmu, Zhuowen suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Originally, Zhuowen planned to head directly to the Zhao family and meet the Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Xuanwu, to ask about the whereabouts of his aunt, Zhou Meijin. However, Grandmaster Songmu transmitted a message to him and asked him to go to the Arcane Guild to take the test and obtain the badge first. The Arcane ceremony is about to begin. Only Arcanists who have the badge can participate. If you don't want to miss the Arcane ceremony, I advise you to take the test as soon as possible. Grandmaster Songmu glanced at Zhuowen and said in an indifferent tone. When he heard about the Arcane ceremony, Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything else. Instead, he silently followed behind Grandmaster Songmu. Along the way, Zhuowen's horizons were broadened. However, just as Zhuowen passed by a rather inconspicuous small store, his eyelids suddenly twitched. Immediately, he felt that the blue metal plate he obtained from the ancient cave had actually started to stir. His footsteps suddenly stopped. Zhuowen's eyes suddenly emitted a trace of brilliance. He clearly knew what the abnormal movement of the blue metal plate meant. It was likely that one of the chapters of the 6 Wings of Tempest was nearby. "Kid, what's wrong?" Grandmaster Songmu also noticed that Zhuowen had suddenly stopped and could not help but ask in confusion. "Old Songmu, go to the Arcane Guild and help me arrange the test matters first. I still have some things to do now. I will go to the Arcane Guild later and directly take the test at that time." Zhuowen waved his hand and said somewhat absent-mindedly, "Kid, why are you so troublesome? I will take my leave first. Come quickly later." Grandmaster Songmu did not suspect anything. He softly muttered and left first. Chapter 254. 2 types of earth fire. The shop was very small and narrow, with a row of broken shells on all 4 sides. These shells had accumulated quite a bit of black dust, and exquisite wooden carvings were neatly arranged on the shelves. As he browsed through the wooden carvings on the shelves, Zhuowen's face revealed a trace of surprise. Even though these wooden carvings were exquisite, they were all half-finished products, and not a single one was complete. No wonder the shop's business was so bleak. It turned out that the wooden carvings on display were all half-finished products. No matter how exquisite the carvings were, no one would be willing to buy half-finished products. In the innermost part of the shop, a middle-aged man in his 40s held a carving knife as he focused on carving the wooden carvings in his hands. He completely ignored Joan's arrival. Even though he was a little surprised by the shop owner's attitude, Joan did not pay too much attention to it. He shrugged his shoulders as he carefully sensed the abnormal movements of the blue metal piece. He could feel that when he entered the shop, the movement of the blue metal piece had also increased. Looks like one of the chapters of the Six Wings of Wind and Lightning must be in this shop. I wonder where it is placed? Lifting his head and looking at the shelves around him, Joan secretly thought in his heart. Just as Joan passed by an inconspicuous shelf, he noticed a trace of blue light flickering at the corner of the shelf. Moving away the wooden carvings at the corner of the shelf, Joan's eyes flashed. A dark blue metal piece actually appeared in his line of sight. Furthermore, Joan could see that the surface of this blue metal piece actually had a pattern of a flood dragon. Clearly, this recorded the lightning flood dragon wings of the 6 wings of wind and lightning. Picking up the blue metal piece, Joan's face could not help but reveal a trace of joy as he muttered to himself. Looks like coming to Broken Rock City this time was the right choice. I actually found the second fragment of the 6 wings of wind and lightning so quickly. Kid, your luck is really good. Not long after you obtained the lightning snake wings, you found the lightning flood dragon wings. Looks like this wind and lightning sacred symbol is destined to have some fate with you. Xiao Hei's voice involuntarily rang out in his mind at this moment. Zhuan smiled. His smile was filled with excitement and joy. He carefully held the piece of metal. Feeling the cold touch of the metal, Zhuan forcibly suppressed the excitement in his body. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the shop had finally finished dealing with the wooden carving in his hands. However, he still did not raise his head. His somewhat aged voice reverberated in the room. Do you want to buy wood carvings? Upon hearing the man's inquiry, Zhuan smiled. He walked to the front of the counter and handed over the blue metal piece in his hand to the man. He politely asked, "Shopkeeper, do you still have this kind of metal piece here?" Upon hearing Zhuan's question, the middle-aged man's hand that was holding the carving knife suddenly trembled. He frowned slightly and lifted his head. His gaze swept across the metal piece in Zhuan's hand as an indescribable expression flashed across his eyes. Gazing at the face that appeared in front of him, Zhuan could not help but be stunned. The right side of the face was actually filled with scars. It could be said that the face was completely ruined. If someone who did not know about it suddenly saw this face, they would definitely be shocked. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and coldly stared at Zhuan. He indifferently said, "Young friend, why are you asking about this metal piece? Could it be that you have seen a similar metal piece before?" Upon hearing this, Zhuan's gaze flickered. He smiled and shook his head. "I once saw a similar metal piece in an auction. At that time, I only felt that it was extraordinary. Unfortunately, the price was too high, so I gave up on it. Today, I saw a similar metal piece here, so I asked out of curiosity." The wind-thunder sacred symbol was after all a treasure of the world. If others knew that the metal piece contained the secret of the wind-thunder sacred symbol, it was likely that Zhuan would become the enemy of the entire world. In fact, he would not even have a chance to obtain this metal piece. The middle-aged man glanced meaningfully at Zhuan and coldly said, "No, I obtained this metal piece by accident. Furthermore, I can sense that this metal piece is incomplete." Zhuan could not help but feel somewhat helpless when he heard the middle-aged man's indifferent reply. He could only continue, "Old sir, are you willing to sell this metal piece? I am willing to buy it at a high price." "I'm not selling it." The middle-aged man ignored Zhuan and lowered his head to continue carving. His tone was filled with unquestionable authority. Zhuan did not expect the middle-aged man to reject him so directly. His eyes narrowed. No matter what, he was determined to obtain this metal piece. After cultivating the lightning serpent wings, Zhuowen could sense the extraordinariness and strength of a cultivation method like the 6 wings of wind and lightning. Just the lightning serpent wings alone gave him unrivaled speed under the ultimate emperor stage. If he learned a lightning serpent wings as well, his speed would probably be as fast as lightning, comparable to an ultimate emperor stage cultivator. At that time, even an ultimate emperor stage cultivator might not be able to kill Zhuowen. Just as Zhuowen's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts, Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. "Kid, this middle-aged man is not simple. Don't be rash." Zhuowen's heart trembled when he heard this. He asked curiously, "Could it be that this ordinary-looking man is an expert?" "Yes. If my investigation is correct, this person's original strength should be at the ultimate emperor stage. However, there is another force within his body that is constantly suppressing his yuan power, causing his strength to remain at the level of a half-step ultimate emperor stage cultivator. Moreover, this person's battle prowess definitely surpasses that of an ordinary half-step ultimate emperor stage cultivator. You won't be able to gain anything from him at all," Xiaohei secretly said. "Oh, he's actually an ultimate emperor stage cultivator? I never thought that such an inconspicuous shop would be hiding such an expert." Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He could not help but feel astonished. The middle-aged man suddenly raised his head and stared at the unwilling youth before him. He sneered, "Kid, don't even think about my metal plate anymore. I don't care about money, and I'm not afraid of you robbing me. Because as far as I'm concerned, robbing me is the most unwise thing to do." Zhuowen shook his head and smiled faintly. "If I can help you recover your strength in a short amount of time, would you still be unwilling to sell this metal plate to me?" Crack! A crisp sound immediately rang out. The carving knife in the middle-aged man's hand had actually been broken. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank slightly as he stared fixedly at the youth before him. "Who are you? How can you tell that I'm injured?" His injuries were extremely obscure. Even an ultimate emperor stage cultivator might not necessarily be able to tell that he was injured. However, this ordinary-looking youth before him had actually pointed out his injuries in an instant. This caused the middle-aged man to be both surprised and delighted. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I can heal your injuries and allow you to regain your peak strength." A faint smile appeared at the corners of Zhuowen's mouth. His face was filled with confidence. Earlier, Xiaohei had checked the man's injuries and discovered that the energy that had been suppressing his strength was actually a type of earth stage cold qi. This type of cold qi corresponded with the earth fire and was a rather troublesome energy to deal with. This was also why the man before him was suppressed by the cold qi, even though he was clearly an ultimate emperor stage cultivator. However, Zhuowen possessed the ice fire sacred rune and 2 types of earth fire. The middle-aged man's cold qi was like a maggot in one's bones. "Why should this old man believe you? Although you have some eyesight and can see my injuries, even this old man can't do anything about them. Don't tell me that a little Earth King brat like you can." The middle-aged man quickly regained his senses and looked at Zhuowen with an unfriendly expression as he spoke coldly. "The energy that has been suppressing your strength is probably a type of cold qi. The only thing that can get rid of this cold qi is a unique natural flame, and I just happen to possess this unique flame." As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward and countless 9 heavens thunder inferno flames immediately surged out from behind him. Finally, they gathered in the palm of his right hand and turned into a ball of blue lightning fire that was composed of lightning and fire. It burned fiercely in the palm of his hand. "This is the earth stage 9 heavens thunder inferno flame?" The middle-aged man stared at the blue lightning fire in Zhuowen's palm. The expression on his face became extremely interesting, and he could not help but exclaim in surprise. "It seems that you have also recognized the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame in my palm. With the power of this flame, it should be enough to get rid of the cold qi in your body." Zhuowen could not help but smile when he saw the shock on the man's face. However, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "You possess an earth fire like the 9 heavens thunder inferno flame at such a young age. It seems that your background is not simple. Unfortunately, The cold chi in my body is extreme frost. It is the most terrifying type of earth stage cold chi. I'm afraid that the nine heavens thunder inferno flame alone will not be able to get rid of it. Extreme frost? Zhuowen's pupils suddenly shrank when he heard this. He had heard of extreme frost before. It was also a type of earth stage cold chi. However, the extreme frost power was above all other earth stage cold chi. Its power was almost infinitely close to the heaven stage cold chi. It was the overlord of all earth stage cold chi. The nine heavens thunder inferno flame was indeed much weaker than it. Therefore, you should give up. Unless it is a heavenly fire or two earth fires, the cold chi in my body will not be able to get rid of the extreme frost. The middle-aged man's mouth revealed a bitter smile as he spoke with waning interest. I don't have a heavenly fire on me. However, I do have two earth fires. With a faint smile, Zhuowen suddenly waved his left hand, and a green fire lotus immediately appeared in his left palm. Countless green sparks floated around the green fire, refining lotus like snowflakes, looking gorgeous and colorful. Bang! The middle-aged man's left hand stiffened. The half-finished wooden carving in his hand immediately fell to the ground. He stared in disbelief at the young man in front of him who was holding the nine heavens thunder inferno flame in one hand and the 3,000 green lotus flame in the other. His entire body involuntarily trembled. Nine heavens thunder inferno flame and 3,000 green lotus flame? You actually possess two earth fires at the same time. You. The middle-aged man felt that he was speaking incoherently. He could only stare blankly at the young man in front of him. Chapter 255. Arcana Master Examination Bang. The middle-aged man waved his right hand and Yuan power poured out, shutting the door of his shop. At this moment, the former's face was full of seriousness as he stared at the youth in front of him and said, I really did not expect that you would possess two types of earth fire at such a young age. Looks like the heavens are on my side. So you agree to give this piece of metal to me? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he said indifferently, Since you possess two types of earth fire, then you will have a way to deal with the extreme frost in my body. So what if I give you this piece of metal? However, I still need you to help me deal with the extreme frost in my body before I can give you this piece of metal without worry. Furthermore, I, Cho, will owe you a favor. How about it? The middle-aged man nodded and said indifferently. When Zhuowen heard this, he was instantly delighted. He did not expect that after dealing with the extreme frost in the middle-aged man's body, not only would he be able to obtain the piece of metal, he would also be able to obtain a favor from this person. Zhuowen naturally would not reject such a good deal. After all, the middle-aged man in front of him was a genuine Ultimate Emperor stage expert at his peak. Even though he was only at the first wheel Ultimate Emperor stage, he was still in existence that could call the wind and summon the rain in Broken Rock City. Of course. However, I still have some matters to attend to. I will come back to your shop tomorrow and help you deal with the extreme frost in your body. Zhuowen said with a grin as he nodded slightly. When Xiuqiu heard this, he was slightly disappointed and said, Since you still have matters to attend to, you can go and attend to them first. I have waited for so many years. A mere day is no big deal. My name is Xiuqiu. Kid, what's your name? My name is Zhuowen. See you tomorrow. Right now, I have to attend to some matters first. After casually greeting him, Zhuowen waved his hand and left the shop. Xiuqiu's eyes narrowed as he watched the figure gradually leave. He muttered to himself, There doesn't seem to be a large family with the surname Zhua in Broken Rock City. Furthermore, this kid possesses two types of earth fire. Clearly, he should be a disciple from another large faction. However, why have I never heard of the name Zhuowen? After leaving the shop, Zhuowen headed towards the Arcane Guild. Although he wasn't familiar with Broken Rock City, the Arcane Guild's building was too iconic. The Arcane Guild's building was like a steeple that protruded out of the city. The tower-like building that was hundreds of feet tall stood out in the city. Even if Zhuowen did not know the way, he would be able to reach the Arcane Guild as long as he followed the direction of the tower-like building. When Zhuowen passed through several long streets and finally arrived at the Arcane Guild, he finally saw the true face of the arcane guild up close. Just by standing in front of the door, Zhuowen could feel the majestic and towering building in front of him. There were people dressed in Arcana Master's uniform walking in and out of the entrance. Clearly, these people were all genuine Arcana Masters. Zhuowen even saw a rank 3 Arcana Master among them. As expected of the Arcane Guild, the Arcana Masters that are usually hard to see are everywhere now. Zhuowen praised in a low voice and walked in. There was a rather spacious hall inside. The floor was paved with marble, and the sound of footsteps could be heard constantly. The number of Arcana Masters inside was actually much more than outside. There was a counter facing the door. On the counter, a smiling woman in green was talking to other people dressed as Arcana Masters. Zhuowen knew that this woman was probably in charge of some basic affairs in this hall. Thinking of this, Zhuowen walked towards a counter. The woman in green also noticed Zhuowen, but when she realized that Zhuowen did not have an Arcana Master's badge on him, the smile on her face faded a little. However, she still asked politely, "This little brother looks unfamiliar. It should be your first time in our Arcane Guild, right?" "Yes." Zhuowen nodded slightly and said, "This time, I'm here to take the Arcana Master's qualification test. My master's name is Tsangmu. He arrived earlier than me, so he should have arranged the test for me." "Oh, you're Zhuowen, Master Tsangmu's disciple?" The woman in green focused her gaze and looked at the young man in front of her with some surprise. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Zhuowen frowned. "No. Master Tsangmu did ask me to arrange for you to take the Arcana Master's qualification test, but I didn't expect you to be so young. I guess you're here to take the Grade 1 Arcana Master's test." The smile on the woman in green's face grew wider and wider as she led Zhuowen into the inner room of the hall. "No, I'm here to take the Grade 2 Arcana Master's qualification test," Zhuowen said casually. Before he came, Master Tsangmu had already said that he should not take the Grade 3 Arcana Master's test. After all, Zhuowen still needed to participate in the Arcana ceremony. If he swaggered and obtained the Grade 3 Arcana Master's badge, he would become the target of everyone in the Arcana ceremony. If that happened, it would be very disadvantageous for Zhuowen to obtain victory in the Arcana ceremony. The woman in green who was leading the way suddenly stopped in her tracks and almost collided with Zhuowen. Fortunately, Zhuowen reacted quickly and stopped in time. "Little brother, you said you want to take the Grade 2 Arcana Master's qualification test? Has your spiritual power reached the 2nd grade?" The woman in green slightly opened her cherry lips and stared at Zhuowen in front of her as she trembled slightly. The young man in front of her looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, but his spiritual power had already reached the 2nd grade at such a young age. Wasn't this talent a little terrifying? One had to know that in Broken Rock City, if one's spiritual power reached the 1st grade at Zhuowen's age, they would already be considered extremely talented. If one reached the 2nd grade, they would be a monster, and the young man in front of her was probably that monster. Looking at the shocked expression on the woman's face, Zhuowen shrugged indifferently. If the woman in front of him knew that his spiritual power had actually reached the 3rd grade, what kind of expression would she have? "Sir, you are really young and promising. You have the strength of a Grade 2 Arcana Master at such a young age. It seems that you have a bright future ahead of you." The woman in green's expression became even more respectful. She knew very well what such a young Grade 2 Arcana Master represented. However, although you have the strength of a Grade 2 Arcana Master, you do not have the badge of a Grade 1 Arcana Master. Therefore, if you want to receive the badge, you will still have to take the Grade 1 Arcana Master's qualification test. "I understand. Lead me to take the Grade 1 Arcana Master's examination first." Zhuowen nodded slightly and said indifferently. The woman in green nodded and led Zhuowen forward. A moment later, they stopped at a large door. Outside the door, there were several burly men who were fully armed and guarding the door. The burly men guarding the door were all in the Human King realm. This made Zhuowen involuntarily click his tongue. It seemed that the Arcana Guild was indeed rich and imposing. Even the guards at the door had such strength. At this moment, a fragrant wind assaulted his nostrils. Immediately, A petite figure overtook Zhuowen and stopped at the front. Then, she ignored Zhuowen and turned her head around. She said to the person behind her in a lovely voice, "Cousin, you are so slow. Hurry up, the test is about to start." Frowning slightly, Zhuowen did not expect that someone would cut in front of him. Such impolite behavior naturally made Zhuowen unhappy. "Anyway, I am not in a hurry. After all, the one preparing for the Grade 1 Arcana Master's examination is you, not me." A lazy voice slowly sounded from behind. Turning his head to take a look, Zhuowen discovered that at the end of the corridor behind him, there was a young man about 20 years old. The young man was yawning as he slowly walked over with a lazy expression. However, Zhuowen's gaze was focused on the badge on the young man's chest. He saw that there were 2 golden stripes carved on the badge. Grade 2 Arcana Master? Muttering in a low voice, Zhuowen was a little surprised by the talent of the young man in front of him. To be able to become a Grade 2 Arcana Master at the age of 20, he was probably one of the top geniuses in the entire Broken Rock City. Turning his head again, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the young girl in front of him. The young girl was wearing a purple Arcana Master's uniform. Her age was about the same as Zhuowen's. Her delicate face was somewhat charming and her body was slightly petite. However, her development was quite curvaceous. Even a loose uniform could not hide her graceful figure. As if sensing Zhuowen's gaze, the young girl tilted her head slightly and looked at the ordinary clothes on Zhuowen. Her delicate nose could not help but wrinkle as a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. In her opinion, the young man in front of her did not even have an Arcana Master's uniform, yet he dared to participate in the Arcana Master's test. He simply did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. "What are you looking at? Take care of your eyeballs. Otherwise, this lady will gouge out your dog eyes." The young girl rolled her eyes at Zhuowen and snappily said. Hearing the young girl's somewhat unruly words, Zhuowen coldly laughed in his heart and indifferently said, "Don't you know the principle of a good dog not blocking the way? Moreover, your figure doesn't seem to be worthy of my attention. You're courting death." The young girl gritted her teeth as her cheeks flushed red with anger. What she was most proud of was her curvaceous figure. Now, it was being degraded by the young man in front of her. Moreover, Zhuowen's words were so unscrupulous that the young girl was naturally enraged. Whoosh! As she spoke, the young girl actually took out a slender whip from her chinquin bag. With a flick of her jade-like hand, she actually directly lashed it toward Zhuowen. Looking at the whip that shot towards him like a flame, Zhuowen's expression darkened. He did not expect the young girl in front of him to be so unruly. She was so angry that she directly attacked him. Moreover, the power of the young girl's whip was very powerful. It was actually a high-grade spiritual treasure. She had used a high-grade spiritual treasure right off the bat. Obviously, the young girl intended to kill him. What a big-breasted but brainless woman. With a cold snort, lightning flashed under Zhuowen's feet, and he instantly dodged the young girl's whip attack, following which his right hand turned into a claw. His claw was filled with lightning as it grabbed towards the young girl's neck. The young girl's strength was not strong. At most, she was around the half-step human king realm. However, with the high-grade spiritual treasure in her hand, she was comparable to an initial human king realm expert. However, this did not pose any threat to Zhuowen at all. Chapter 256. The test begins. No one expected Zhuowen and the girl to attack in an instant. Moreover, Zhuowen's speed shocked the surrounding people. Before they could react, Zhuowen's claw was already about to grab the girl's neck. "Stop!" Just as Zhuowen's claw was about to grab the girl's neck, a loud shout rang out from behind. Then, Zhuowen felt a gust of wind sweeping over from behind. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned around and threw out a punch. It fiercely collided with the gust of wind. Then, the powerful force caused the two of them to involuntarily retreat. Zhuowen took 5 steps back, while the attacker behind him took 10 steps back. The attacker was the young man that the girl had just called out to. At this moment, the lazy expression on the young man's face had already disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. He had the strength of a perfect human king, but he had suffered a great loss at the hands of the young man in front of him. Could it be that this young man, who was younger than him, had the strength of an Earth King? The girl in green who led Zhuo in here was already stunned on the spot. She also did not expect the people in front of her to attack just like that. Moreover, she also recognized the young man and the girl in front of her. Both of them were direct descendants of the City Lord Mansion. The young man was called Ouyang Yuteo. Although his martial cultivation was not high, he had the strength of a perfect human king. However, this person's talent lay in his mental energy. He was only 20 years old this year, but his mental energy had already reached the perfect second grade. He was only one step away from becoming a third-grade arcanist. He was considered a rather dazzling genius in the Arcane Guild. The girl was called Ouyang Shishui. She was Ouyang Yuteo's cousin. Although her mental energy talent was not as good as Ouyang Yuteo's, she had also reached the first-grade arcanist level. Today, she had come to take the first-grade arcanist assessment. She did not expect to have a conflict with Zhuoan. At this moment, Ouyang Shishui's beautiful eyes were filled with fear. She looked at Ouyang Yuteo, who was not far away, and a trace of disbelief appeared on her pretty face. She did not expect Ouyang Yuteo, who was at the perfect human king realm, to be at a disadvantage in a confrontation with Zhuoan. My friend, I am Ouyang Yuteo, a direct descendant of the City Lord's Mansion. Just now, my sister was too impulsive. I hope you don't take it to heart. Ouyang Yuteo looked at the young man in front of him with fear. In his opinion, the young man before him had the strength of an Earth King at such a young age. He probably had a powerful background, so Ouyang Yuteo did not want to make an enemy of him. I am Zhuoan. Since Brother Zhuoan has said so, I will naturally not take it to heart. Zhuoan also cupped his hands. He glanced at the young lady behind him and said with a faint smile. Ouyang Shishui shrunk his neck as he fearfully glanced at Zhuoan. A trace of grievance flashed across his eyes. Ouyang Yuteo was rather surprised as he looked at the calm Zhuoan in front of him. He had seen how ruthless Zhuoan was earlier. He did not expect that Zhuoan would become incomparably calm in an instant. This caused Ouyang Yuteo to be rather curious. Brother Zhua, I presume that Brother Zhua is here to take the first-rank Arcana Master exam as well. This time, I am accompanying my sister to take the exam. Why don't we go in together? Ouyang Yuteo said rather politely. Then we will respectfully accept. Nodding, the three of them stepped through the door. Watching the three disappear through the door, the green-clothed lady let out a sigh of relief. Then, she returned the way she had come. After entering the door, the bright lights illuminated the interior. There were already quite a few people standing inside. From time to time, whispering laughter could be heard. After briefly scanning the hall, Zhuoan discovered that most of the people here were at least second-rank Arcana Masters. Zhuoan even discovered 2 third-rank Arcana Masters. One of these 2 Arcana Masters was actually Grandmaster Karaki. Beside Grandmaster Karaki was an old man wearing a long purple robe. He was about the same age as Grandmaster Karaki, and the two of them were currently discussing something. Ouyang Yuteo and Ouyang Shishui, who were beside Zhuoan, stared at the old man beside Grandmaster Karaki as soon as they entered. Then, they directly walked towards the old man. Master! Master! When the two of them arrived in front of the old man, they respectfully cupped their hands. Ouyang Shishui even hugged the old man's arm in a rather coquettish manner, appearing to be rather intimate. Yuteo and Shishui, come, let me introduce you. This is a good friend of your master. His name is Karaki, and others call him Grandmaster Karaki. His mental energy has reached perfect third rank, and he is highly valued by our president and vice president. The old man hurriedly pulled Grandmaster Karaki to his side and introduced him to the two people in front of him with a smile. Perfect third rank mental energy? When the two of them heard this, a trace of respect immediately appeared on their faces. Grandmaster Karaki's mental energy cultivation was actually a level higher than their master's. He was probably only a step away from reaching fourth rank. That would truly be reaching the heavens in a single bound. Greetings, Grandmaster Karaki. The two of them immediately cupped their hands respectfully. No need for formalities. Xianling, this is the Ouyang Yuteo that you have been talking about. He is only 23 years old this year, and his mental energy has actually reached perfect second rank. His talent is truly frightening. Grandmaster Kuraki slightly smiled, his gaze fixed on Ouyang Yuteo as he praised. When Grandmaster Xianling beside him heard Grandmaster Kuraki's praise, a trace of pride immediately appeared on his face. He was most proud of having a genius disciple like Ouyang Yuteo. Ouyang Yuteo's talent was one of the best in the entire Broken Rock City. There were extremely few people who could reach second rank at his age, let alone perfect second rank. Kuraki, I have heard that you have also accepted a disciple. After so many years, you have finally decided to accept a disciple, right? I wonder how your disciple's talent is. Xianling meaningfully glanced at Grandmaster Kuraki as he spoke. Haha, my disciple's talent is not bad, but should not be comparable to your disciple. Moreover, he has only been cultivating mental energy for a short period of time. Grandmaster Kuraki touched his nose and lied against his will. To have mental energy talent, his talent is definitely not bad. Even if it is not comparable to Yuteo, it should not be too far off. After hearing Grandmaster Kuraki's words, although Xianling's words were comforting, the proud smile on his face had already completely betrayed him. Old man Kuraki, has the test begun? A clear voice suddenly rang out, causing Xianling and the rest to involuntarily be startled. They did not expect that someone would actually dare to call Grandmaster Kuraki a Grade 3 Arcana Master, Old man Kuraki. Could it be that there was something wrong with this person's brain? The few of them looked over, and Sajua Wanzheng slowly walking over with a lazy expression. When Ouyang Shishui saw that the person was Zhuowen, a trace of fear surfaced in her beautiful eyes, and her hands involuntarily clasped together. On the other hand, Ouyang Yuteo's gaze was sizing up Grandmaster Kuraki and Zhuowen as a pondering expression appeared on his face. Zhuowen, you're rather late. However, it is all right. The test has yet to begin. What caused a few of them to be somewhat surprised was that Grandmaster Kuraki's face did not have the slightest trace of anger. Instead, he was beaming as he spoke. Xianling. His name is Zhuowen, the disciple I mentioned. He is here to take the test to become a Grade 1 Arcana Master. Grandmaster Kuraki slightly smiled as he introduced Zhuowen to Xianling beside him. Oh, he is so young, but his mental energy has already reached Grade 1. His talent is not inferior to Shishui's. This disciple of yours is not bad. Shishui, Yuteo, come and greet Zhuowen. Xianling stroked his long beard as he smiled faintly. I did not expect Brother Zhuo to be Grandmaster Kuraki's disciple. Yuteo was not able to see that. Ouyang Yuteo elegantly smiled. On the other hand, Ouyang Shishui bit her lower lip and rolled her eyes. She had no intention of going forward to greet him. She merely stood beside Xianling and glanced to the side, purposely not looking at Zhuowen as she muttered. So he is also here to take the test to become a Grade 1 Arcana Master. Oomph. He is even younger than me, so his mental energy is probably not that high either. Let's see how you embarrass yourself later. Zhuowen was indeed younger than Ouyang Shishui. In addition to Grandmaster Kuraki's humble words, Ouyang Shishui believed that Zhuowen's mental energy was not that high. She did not believe that Zhuowen's mental energy was that high even though his martial path was already so powerful. Just as everyone was patiently waiting in the hall, a tall and thin old man in white robes appeared at the front of the hall. The moment this old man appeared, the hall immediately fell silent. Everyone's gazes gathered on the old man's body. Even Grandmaster Kuraki and the others stopped talking and turned to look at the white-robed old man. It is actually the vice chairman. I did not expect that even the vice chairman would appear for this Grade 1 Arcana Master test. That's right. The vice chairman rarely takes part in these kinds of tests. Why did he suddenly appear today? Could it be that there is something special about this test? Zhuowen's gaze focused slightly as he stared at the insignia on the old man's chest. There were 4 golden stripes drawn there that were particularly dazzling in the hall. The old man in front of him was actually a Grade 4 Arcana Master. The white-robed old man looked around and finally focused his gaze on Grandmaster Karaki. A strange expression appeared on his weathered face, but soon after, he calmly said, "I will be in charge of this Arcana Master test. If no one has any objections, then let the test begin." After the white-robed old man finished speaking, he suddenly waved his sleeve. A wave of mental energy spread out like a tide, and the red curtain behind him slowly slid down under the influence of his mental energy, revealing dozens of green stone platforms. Each stone platform had the same materials. Clearly, these were the materials needed to refine the origin crystals. There are a total of 30 testing platforms. The test this time is to completely refine a blood chi crystal and have a mental energy of at least grade 1. You will pass. 3 sets of materials have already been prepared on the stone platforms, so you only have 3 chances. The time limit is the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, so please make good use of your time. The white-robed old man was swift and decisive. He did not hesitate in the slightest as he continued. "Everyone, please choose your stone platform first. The test will begin soon." Chapter 257. Variant Blood Liger. Main ingredient, Blood Liger Origin Core. Auxiliary ingredients, silver leaf grass, lily flower, nether crow ginseng. As he stared at the materials on the stone table, Zhuan could not help but mutter to himself. The materials on the stone table were indeed raw materials for making blood chi crystals. Among them, there was only one blood lion tiger yuan nucleus, while there were 3 sets of supplementary ingredients. The process of refining an origin crystal was rather complicated. There were 3 main steps: soul refining, soul extraction, and soul condensation. Soul refining involved using mental energy to refine the soul of the origin beast within the origin core. After all, the origin core was the core of the origin beast and naturally contained the origin beast soul. Soul extraction involved condensing mental energy and extracting the origin beast soul from the refined origin core. Then, using a large fire, the auxiliary ingredients were refined into a medicinal liquid that adhered to the origin beast soul, turning the formless origin core into a tangible liquid state. Soul condensation involved completely fusing the origin beast soul with the medicinal liquid. The Arcanist needed to use the cold air to condense the liquid origin core into a crystal, forming a true crystal. Of the 3 main steps, soul refining was the most difficult. This was because in order to refine the origin beast soul within the origin core, one had to use their own mental energy to probe the origin core and use a powerful mental energy to suppress the origin beast soul. If one did not have a powerful mental energy, they could be injured by the origin beast soul. This was also why Arcanists had such a strict hierarchy. After all, without a relatively powerful spirit, it was impossible to tame the soul of an origin beast within the origin core. Thus, it was very unlikely that one would be able to create high-grade origin crystals. The Blood Liger was a level 1 origin beast. It was a rather ferocious origin beast. Hence, in order to refine the origin beast soul, one had to have a mental energy of at least level 1. If one's mental energy did not meet the standard, one would naturally be injured by the Blood Liger's origin core. The first step, soul refining, is actually a test of everyone's mental energy. Only when one's mental energy has reached level 1 can the soul refining process be completed. As for the remaining soul extraction and soul condensation, it depends on the Arcanist's ability to control mental energy. Zhuan muttered to himself as he carefully examined the ingredients on the stone platform. This origin nucleus? Slightly surprised, Zhuan stared at the blood lion tiger origin nucleus on the stone platform. He discovered that the surface of the origin nucleus was strangely dark red. Generally speaking, a normal blood lion tiger origin nucleus was blood red in color. This was the first time that Zhuan had seen a dark red origin nucleus. You only have 1 incense stick's worth of time. Everyone better make good use of the time. The white-robed old man lit an incense stick in front of them and said faintly. With the old man's words, everyone on the stone platform began to move. For a moment, various flames appeared in the hands of everyone on the stone platform. These flames were the origin flames cultivated by the arcana masters themselves. Although they were not very powerful, they were enough to refine crystals. Ouyang Shishui stood at the very front of the stone platform. Her pretty eyes rotated before they locked onto Zhuan's body in a remote corner at the very back. The corners of her mouth curled as she coldly laughed. To actually choose such a corner, it seems that this fellow does not have much confidence in himself. Let's see how he embarrasses himself when he fails to refine it. After she finished speaking, Ouyang Shishui no longer paid any attention to Zhuan. Instead, she began to concentrate on refining the materials at hand. She was confident that with her advanced level 1 mental energy, refining a blood chi crystal would not be difficult. The topic is actually refining a blood chi crystal. It seems that Shishui's luck is quite good. A pleased expression surfaced on Xianling's face as she chuckled. This topic is indeed very beneficial for Shishui. A few days ago, she refined a blood chi crystal and only used half an incense stick's worth of time. I'm afraid that Shishui will be the first student to succeed this time. Ouyang Yuteo nodded in agreement. Songmu, how long do you think your disciple Zhuan will take to refine it? Even if he takes longer than Shishui, it shouldn't take too much time. Xianling suddenly looked somewhat provocatively at Songmu beside her as she spoke in a rather pleased manner. Even though Grandmaster Songmu was a good friend of hers, Grandmaster Songmu's talent was greater than hers. Furthermore, Grandmaster Songmu's mental energy progress was always ahead of hers. This naturally made Xianling feel somewhat unconvinced. Even though she could not compare to Grandmaster Songmu, she was more than happy for her disciple to be able to viciously crush the prestige of Songmu's disciple. Songmu faintly smiled but did not reply. However, his heart was filled with schadenfreude. Zhuan's mental energy had reached grade 3. Refining a mere grade 1 blood chi crystal was not difficult at all. What was laughable was that Xianling wanted to compete with him. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Once the test began, the 30 students on the stone platform began to pick up the Bloodline Tiger's Yuan cores and began to refine the Yuan bee spirit within. They did not dare to waste a single second. Even though he was somewhat puzzled by the abnormality of the Bloodline Tiger's Yuan core on the stone platform, Zhuan did not think too much about it. With a flick of his mind, the mental energy in his Naiwan palace poured out and poured into the Yuan core. The moment his mental energy entered the Yuan core, Zhuan immediately felt an extremely strong resistance. It was as if there was a force within the Yuan core that was rejecting his mental energy. What a strong repulsive force. An ordinary bloodline tiger's soul should not be this strong. As he felt the repulsive force from the Yuan core, Zhuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. However, he still subconsciously continued to increase his mental energy in hopes that he would be able to break through this repulsive force. Bang! 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 As time passed, several muffled sounds rang out on the stone platform. Soon after, a few students spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were ashen and the Yuan cores in their hands had shattered. Evidently, they had failed the soul refinement stage. Sigh, how unlucky to actually fail the soul refinement stage. Looks like we will have to wait for another year. The faces of the few students who had failed were filled with dejection. They packed up their stone platforms and dejectedly left the testing grounds. As time passed, the number of students who had failed on the stone platforms also increased. After an incense stick of time had passed, only a small portion of the students were still silently refining on the stone platforms. Chi! A soft sound rang out as Ouyang Shishui, who was at the front of the stone platform, slowly opened her eyes. A trace of joy appeared on her pretty face. She gently waved her jade-like hand, and a palm-sized bloodlion tiger's soul appeared on her palm. At this moment, the bloodlion tiger's soul was obediently lying on her palm. It had an obedient look on its face. Evidently, she had already succeeded in refining it. Shishui has already succeeded in refining her soul. Looks like there shouldn't be any major problems in extracting the soul and refining it. Looking at the blood lion tiger's soul in the hands of the young lady on the stone platform nearby, Xianling's white beard trembled as a rich joy appeared on his face. Of the three major steps in refining a yuan crystal, the most difficult is the first step, soul refinement. Since cousin sister has succeeded in refining it, she has basically succeeded in the majority. As long as she doesn't make any mistakes, she can basically be considered to have successfully passed this test. A trace of a smile appeared on Ouyang Yateo's handsome face. To the side, a trace of doubt appeared on Tsang Mu's face. On the remote stone platform, Zhuan was still seriously refining the yuan nucleus with his eyes closed. Logically speaking, with the strength of Zhuan's mental energy, he should have already finished refining it. However, the current situation caused Tsang Mu to feel rather puzzled. Ouyang Shishui gently sighed. Her beautiful eyes once again looked towards Zhuan's side. When she discovered that Zhuan was still refining the yuan nucleus with his eyes closed, her cherry lips curled slightly as she coldly laughed and muttered to herself. Looks like there's nothing special about him. Even now, he still hasn't succeeded in refining it. This Zhuan's mental energy talent is only SOSO. When the soul refinement fails, let's see how he will make a fool of himself. Illo. At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly exploded from the ground, following which the entire hall began to tremble. Ouyang Shishui's jade-like hands trembled slightly. Due to this tremor, she almost shook off the blood liger soul in her palm. What's going on? Ouyang Shishui's pupils shrank slightly as she involuntarily looked back. This was because she could feel that the tremor just now had come from behind her. Behind her, on the stone platform where Zhuan was standing, the illusory figure of a blood liger suddenly appeared. This blood liger was at least 10 times the size of an ordinary blood liger. Moreover, the aura within its body was much more terrifying. The strangest thing was that this blood liger soul actually had a blood horn on its forehead, making it appear rather unique. This is the blood liger soul? How is this possible? How can a blood liger soul be so powerful? Ouyang Shishui's beautiful eyes faintly flashed. She could feel that the blood liger soul in front of her was many times more powerful than the one she had refined. Standing in front of this illusory figure, she felt her entire body tremble slightly. Not good. It's actually a mutated blood liger soul. Who placed the mutated blood liger origin core on the stone platform? When the white-robed elder saw the illusory figure of the blood liger soul on the stone platform, his gaze immediately darkened. The mutated blood liger soul was also a type of blood liger. However, due to its mutation, its strength was far greater than that of an ordinary blood liger soul. It was said that the strength of a mutated blood liger soul was at least a second-rank origin beast. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. Evidently, they had also heard the white-robed elder's words. Their gazes all converged on the mutated blood liger soul on the stone platform in the corner. Tsang Mu, your disciple's luck is really bad. He actually picked the mutated blood liger origin core. Without a second-rank spiritual energy arcana master, it is impossible to refine this mutated blood liger soul. It looks like Zhuan is destined to fail this time. A trace of astonishment flashed across Xianling's face, following which a look of schadenfreude appeared on her face. She glanced at Tsang Mu, who was beside her, but found that Tsang Mu was completely unperturbed. Why does this old fellow not seem to be worried at all? Could it be that he thinks that Zhuan can refine this mutated blood liger soul? Xianling was puzzled when she saw the calm expression on Tsang Mu's face. On the stone platform, the other students also stopped what they were doing. Their gazes were all fixed on Zhuan, who was sitting on the stone platform in the corner. They were somewhat curious as to how the youth in front of them would deal with the mutated blood liger soul. Chapter 258. Chapter 258. The white-robed elder's eyes flickered as he stared at the soul of the mutant blood lion tiger. A trace of hesitation appeared on his face. Originally, he had wanted to step forward and help, but he also knew that arcana masters couldn't be disturbed while refining their souls. If they were disturbed, their spiritual energy would be severely damaged. It was because of this concern that the white-robed old man didn't dare to make a move. Shaking his head, the old man smiled bitterly and said, "This little guy is really unlucky. He actually came across the origin nucleus of the mutated blood lion tiger, which is 1 in 10,000. I'm afraid this little guy came here for nothing." Just as everyone revealed expressions of pity and shook their heads, Zhuan, who originally had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. A trace of bright light shot out from his eyes. "Oomph. Even if you're a little special and have the strength of a level 2 meta beast, you still can't escape from me." With a cold snort, a torrential wave of mental energy gushed out from his Niwen palace. It turned into a huge mental energy palm and slammed toward the roaring blood lion tiger soul. This mentality has actually reached level 2. This mental energy was like a tidal wave that filled the entire hall. The white-robed elder, who had been shaking his head helplessly, was the first to react. His old face twitched as he looked at the huge palm formed by mental energy in the air in disbelief. "Oh!" The soul of the blood liger raised its head to the sky and howled. It seemed to have sensed the strength of Zhuowen's spiritual energy. It stomped its feet in the air, trying to escape. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He gently pushed off the ground, and lightning flashed. In an instant, he arrived above the blood liger's soul. Then he suddenly pressed his palm down, and a huge mental energy palm ruthlessly slammed into the blood liger's soul. Rumble. The blood lion tiger's soul, which was hundreds of feet in size, fell to the center of the hall like a meteor under the enormous power of the mental energy palm. It actually smashed a deep hole in the hall, causing the people nearby to cough. Woo-woo. A sorrowful whimper sounded out. The blood lion tiger soul in the deep pit crawled up again. It crouched on the ground and begged for mercy, as if it was scared of Zhuowen. "What a wretch. Why didn't you just give in earlier? Why did you have to suffer so much before giving in?" Landing on the ground, Zhuowen waved his right hand. The blood lion tiger soul in the deep pit obediently shrank to the size of a hand and entered Zhuowen's palm. After collecting the blood liger's soul as if nothing had happened, Zhuowen frowned and looked at the white-robed old man who was standing not far away. He said indifferently, "There is no rule against destroying the test grounds, right?" The white-robed old man looked deeply at Zhuowen, but suddenly smiled and said, "Of course there are no rules. If I'm not wrong, your mental energy should have reached the 2nd grade. Moreover, since you were able to tame the blood lion tiger soul, your mental energy should at least be at the completion of the 2nd grade. Even an arcanist at the initial level of the 2nd grade would find it difficult to tame this blood lion tiger." The hall became incomparably quiet after the white-robed old man said this. Everyone looked at the youth in the center in disbelief. The youth in front of them was only 16 or 17 years old. Reaching the 1st grade at this age was already considered a genius. However, the youth in front of them had a mental energy at the completion of the 2nd grade. Wasn't this talent a little too monstrous? No one dared to doubt the white-robed old man's judgment. This was because the white-robed old man was the only 4th grade arcanist in the hall. He was also the vice-chairman of the Arcane Guild. He held an important position in both the Arcane Guild and Broken Rock City. Ouyang Shishui was stunned when she heard this. The youth that she had looked down on just now actually had a mental energy at the completion of the 2nd grade. Didn't that mean that his strength was about to catch up to her cousin, Ouyang Yuteo? Moreover, Zhuowen was even younger than her. Looking at the weak aura of the blood lion tiger's soul in her palm, and then looking at the horned blood lion tiger's soul in Zhuowen's palm, Ouyang Shishui suddenly felt that her previous desire to compete was laughable. Perhaps Zhuowen had never placed her in his eyes from the very beginning. A trace of self-mockery appeared on her pretty face. Ouyang Shishui suddenly felt a little dispirited. Her hands stiffened and she stiffly turned her head to look at the smiling Songmu. Her voice was hoarse as she said, "Songmu, you're really good at hiding things. Your disciple's mental energy has already reached the initial level of the 2nd grade, but you said it was just so. I can't help it. I always keep a low profile and naturally won't boast about how powerful my disciple is. This old man's face isn't that thick. Song Mu's face was filled with satisfaction. After all, Zhuowen was his disciple. If Zhuowen was in the limelight, as his master, he would naturally feel proud. Furthermore, what he was most proud of was that Zhuowen's mental energy was not the limit. This was because Zhuowen's true mental energy had already reached the 3rd grade. If Song Mu were to say this now, who knew how many people in the hall would be so shocked that their jaws would drop? Hearing Song Mu's meaningful words, Xianling smiled embarrassedly and did not say anything else. At this moment, Ouyang Yateo, who was standing behind Xianling, was also shocked. He did not expect Zhuowen to be so young. His mental energy was only slightly weaker than his own. After all, he was only at the completion of his 2nd grade. In the center of the hall, Zhuowen nodded slightly. After a slight hesitation, he continued, "If there's nothing else, I still want to continue with the assessment. After all, I have yet to complete the refinement of the blood chi crystal." There's no need for that. Since you have the mental energy of an initial 2nd grade, the 1st grade Arcanist assessment will be as easy as pie for you. There's no need for you to continue with the assessment. This old man will directly bestow upon you the badge of a 2nd grade Arcanist. This will save you the time needed to take the 2nd grade Arcanist assessment. The white-robed elder laughed heartily. After he finished speaking, the elder patted his Chinquan bag. A ray of light immediately shot out from the bag and flew towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and caught the ray of light. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the ray of light was a badge with 2 golden lines engraved on it. It was the badge of an Arcanist. This is your badge. With this badge, you will be able to receive a special Arcanist uniform from the association. The white-robed elder smiled at Zhuowen, following which he straightened his face and shouted at the dazed students in the assessment area, "Everyone, don't be in a daze. Continue with the assessment. The incense sticks time is almost up." After regaining their senses, the students looked enviously at Zhuowen, who had already received his badge. They hurriedly resumed refining the crystals. Ouyang Shishui, on the other hand, looked at Zhuowen's back with a complicated expression before returning to the refinement of the blood chi crystal. "Little brother, how old are you this year? Also, whose disciple are you to be able to produce such a genius like you?" The white-robed elder turned his head again and smiled at Zhuowen. His face was filled with admiration. 17 years old. As for my master, it's that old man over there who looks a little ugly. Zhuowen shrugged and pointed at Master Karaki as he said indifferently, "You become a 2nd grade Arcanist at 17 years old." When the white-robed elder heard this, the smile on his face grew even wider. Following Zhuowen's finger, he looked at Karaki. "It really is Karaki. I was wondering why this kid suddenly returned to the Arcanist Association. So he brought his disciple here for the assessment. However, he must be overjoyed to have accepted a disciple like you." The white-robed elder nodded at Karaki and could not help but smile. Zhuowen knew that the white-robed elder was the vice-chairman of the Arcanist Association and had a good relationship with his master, Karaki. Hence, Zhuowen's attitude was rather respectful. After the two of them chatted for a while, Zhuowen returned to Master Karaki's side under the strange gazes of Xianling and Ouyang Yateo. The incense sticks time quickly passed. During this time, there were still quite a few people who failed on the stone platform and left with dejected expressions on their faces. In the end, only 2 people passed the test. One of them was Ouyang Shishui, while the other was a middle-aged man. Both of them had received the rank 1 Arcana Master badge from the white-robed elder. "Master, cousin." Ouyang Shishui returned to Xianling's side and glanced at the indifferent Zhuowen. Her face was full of depression. She was slightly older than Zhuowen. It was one thing for her to not be a match for Zhuowen in terms of martial arts, but her mental energy was also inferior to this youth in front of her. This caused Ouyang Shishui's original confidence to show signs of crumbling. "Shishui, you don't need to be discouraged. To be able to become a grade 1 Arcanist at such a young age, You can be considered one of the top geniuses in Broken Rock City. As for that Zhuowen, that guy is a little monstrous. It's best not to compare yourself to him." Xianling paused and said somewhat helplessly. After hearing Xianling's comforting words, Ouyang Shishui felt even more depressed. This was especially so after seeing Zhuowen's nonchalant expression. There was always a trace of anger in her heart, and she involuntarily snorted. Humph. Being able to become a Grade 2 Arcanist is nothing special. There are countless geniuses in Broken Rock City. There will always be someone above you. Right now, your mental energy cannot compare to my cousin's. Oh, is this what you wanted to say? Are you done? If you are, then I won't keep you company. Yawning lazily, Zhuowen glanced at the flustered and exasperated Ouyang Shishui. After saying this, he minded his own business and walked out of the hall. Zhuowen really did not put Ouyang Shishui and Ouyang Yuteo in front of his eyes. After all, his mental energy had already reached the peak of the 3rd grade. He really did not put these two people in his eyes. Moreover, he had heard from Grandmaster Karaki that there would be a few monstrous geniuses participating in this Arcana ceremony. They were all Grade 3 Arcanists. That was Zhuowen's goal. Seeing Zhuowen's attitude, Ouyang Shishui stomped her foot. Her pretty face was incomparably red from anger. However, there was nothing she could do to the youth in front of her. After all, she could not beat him in a fight, and her mental energy was a level lower than his. At this moment, in a corridor behind the hall, 2 figures were silently standing. One was a middle-aged man with white hair, while the other was a woman with an icy expression. This little guy's talent is not any worse than yours. I'm afraid that during the Arcana ceremony, he will be a rather strong opponent. The middle-aged man chuckled. He's only a peak Grade 2 Arcanist. I don't even put Ouyang Yuteo in my eyes. Why would I care about this nobody? The woman's expression was still cold. After saying this, she turned and left the corridor. Chapter 259. Chiocho. The next day, early in the morning, a gentle breeze blew up the fallen leaves on the ground. Zhuowen woke up early and began to meticulously practice his fist techniques in the spacious courtyard. The pavilion that Zhuowen and Grandmaster Song Mu lived in was quite large. It was one of Grandmaster Song Mu's properties in Broken Rock City. After all, Grandmaster Song Mu was a Grade 3 Arcana Master and was naturally quite wealthy. In a super city like Broken Rock City, it was not a problem for him to buy 10 mansions. The wind from his fists whistled, causing the air to vibrate. After practicing a few sets of fist techniques, the sun slowly rose. Soon it was noon. Raising his head to look at the scorching sun in the sky, Zhuowen withdrew his fists and stood up. Then he walked out of the courtyard with a majestic gait and headed towards the center of Broken Rock City. It's time to help Chiocho get rid of the extreme frost in his body. After all, the Thunder Dragon wings are an important item. I need to get them as soon as possible. As he walked, Zhuowen secretly thought to himself. Following his memory, Zhuowen walked towards the end of the street in Broken Rock City. After a while, he stopped in front of a rather inconspicuous shop. At this moment, the door of the shop was ajar. After looking around and confirming that no one was paying attention, Zhuowen directly pushed the door open and entered. The interior was still the same as before. The surrounding shelves were filled with half-finished wooden carvings. On the counter in the depths of the shop, Chiocho, with a scar on his face, was focused on carving wood. Perhaps he was too focused and did not notice Zhuowen's arrival at all. In the shop, there were 3 people browsing through the wooden carvings on the shelves. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 of them were dressed extravagantly, and it was obvious that they were either wealthy or respectable people. Behind the 3 of them, there were several fully armed, burly men respectfully following behind them. When Zhuowen entered, the 3 of them tilted their heads to take a look. However, when they saw that the one who entered was an ordinary youth, they turned their heads again and lazily continued to browse the wooden carvings on the shelves. After the 3 of them turned around, Zhuowen sized them up a few times. 2 of the men were quite handsome, but their necks were raised high, as if they were the best in the world. This caused Zhuowen's evaluation of them to be greatly reduced. The other woman wasn't very old, around 20 years old. She wore a blue and white tight dress, and her figure appeared exquisite and voluptuous under the outline of the dress. The two men beside her occasionally glanced at the woman's alluring figure, and a hint of covetousness flashed past the depths of their eyes. Zhuowen did not pay any attention to the people in the store. Instead, he strode directly towards Qiu Qiu, who was in the depths of the store. Just as he passed by the three people in front of him, a pure white hand suddenly blocked Zhuowen's way. Zhuowen frowned as he looked at the woman who had suddenly stopped him. He was confused because he didn't seem to know this woman. Master Qiu does not like to be disturbed when he is carving. Therefore, please leave immediately. The pretty lady looked down at Zhuo in a condescending manner as she spoke in an indifferent voice. The woman's voice was gentle, but her tone contained a trace of dominance and unquestionable meaning. Could it be that they also know that this ordinary-looking Qiu Qiu is somewhat unusual? Seeing that the woman in front of him was so considerate of Qiu Qiu, Zhuowen could not help but be stunned. Compared to Zhuowen's doubts, the woman in front of him was full of depression. She had heard from the family elders that the owner of this store was an extremely powerful expert. Therefore, the young girl was not to casually offend this person. Otherwise, when the time came, it would cause trouble for the family. Therefore, the woman believed that the owner of the store must be an expert. She came over almost every day to help Qiu manage the store with the goal of becoming his disciple. Moreover, she asked about his well-being, hoping that Qiu would accept her and teach her a move or two. However, Qiu did not care about her concern. Every time she came, she would be treated coldly. This was something that the rather arrogant woman could not accept. With the woman's originally arrogant character being treated so coldly by Qiu naturally filled her heart with resentment. However, her resentment naturally would not be directed at the unfathomable Qiu. Now, Zhuowen, who had suddenly barged in, was used as a punching bag by her. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen indifferently glanced at the woman and said, "Remove your dog's paw. Can't you see that I want to go in?" "What? Say it again." The woman could not help but be stunned when she heard Zhuowen's words. It was as if she could not believe what she had heard. Her tone became heavier as she said, "Can you not be so despicable as a person? I scolded you once, and you insist on hearing it a second time. How despicable can you be? Since you insist on hearing it a second time, I'll satisfy you." I said, "Remove your dog's paw immediately and open your dog eyes wide. I'm going in now." Shaking his head, Zhuowen held his forehead and said with a helpless look. The atmosphere instantly became somewhat strange. The woman's cheeks paled, then turned green, then white. A thick layer of killing intent surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Pointing at Zhuowen, she shouted, "Do you know who I am? I am a niece of the Zhao clan's first young master, Zhao Yaoting. If you immediately kneel down and break your own arms, this lady will not pursue the matter of your rude words just now." Zhao Yaoting's people again. What a troublesome fellow. With a cold snort, Zhuowen waved his right hand and slapped the woman's jade-like hand away. He was about to directly enter the counter. "Damn it! Do you want to die?" The lady did not expect that Zhuowen would actually continue to act in his own way without any scruples after hearing the name of the Zhao clan. Immediately, her face was abnormally furious. Her jade-like hand suddenly waved and was wrapped in intense yuan power as it slapped towards Zhuowen's back. Feeling the strong wind behind him, Zhuowen's eyes flickered with a cold light. He had already been merciful by not attacking directly. The woman's cultivation was only at the initial human king realm. If Zhuowen really attacked, he could immediately cripple her. However, he did not do so. However, now that the woman had taken an inch and wanted a mile, Zhuowen did not restrain her. He shook his shoulder and a powerful yuan power suddenly spread out. Then, he turned around and threw out a punch. Suddenly, an invisible ring-shaped air wave appeared in the air and violently collided with the strong wind behind him like an air explosion. Puff! Zhuowen stood motionless like a boulder. However, The lady who wanted to launch a sneak attack suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood as if she had been struck by lightning. Subsequently, she shot backwards like a fallen leaf. Upon seeing this, the two men behind her immediately unleashed their yuan power and violently caught the flying lady. However, the enormous force caused the two of them to involuntarily stagger. What a powerful force! Feeling the huge force in their hands, the two men were shocked. They looked at Zhuowen with a trace of fear in their eyes. "Brat, you will not have a good ending if you offend our Zhao clan. Moreover, Master Qiu's strength is not something we can compare to. If you disturb Master Qiu, I'm afraid you will die miserably." The woman held her chest, and her breathing became rapid. When she saw that Zhuowen still intended to walk toward Qiu, who was still concentrating on carving, the resentment on her face became more intense. She said coldly. Based on her interactions with Qiu over the past few days, she could feel that Qiu was an extremely cold person. Moreover, his hidden strength was extremely powerful. After all, even the elders of their Zhao clan did not dare to offend Qiu. Naturally, he was very powerful. Therefore, when she saw that Zhuowen was still walking toward Qiu, the woman's face was not shocked. Instead, she was happy. Looks like there is no need for our Zhao clan to take action. This brat is so arrogant and despotic. Once he disturbs Master Qiu, he will definitely be dissatisfied and angry. At that time, I will be able to see Master Qiu take action with my own eyes. Humph, this brat will definitely die this time. The woman thought viciously in her heart. After the woman's rather vicious warning, Zhuowen only shrugged his shoulders. He walked in front of Qiu at the counter and snatched the wooden carving from his hand. He muttered, "Old man, you are still pretending. Don't you want to get rid of the hidden danger in your body?" Seeing Zhuowen snatch the wooden carving from Qiu's hand without any scruples, the woman could not help but be stunned. However, the cold sneer in her heart became even more intense. She knew that Zhuowen had completely offended Qiu. With Qiu's cold and perverse temperament, he would definitely not let the young man in front of him off easily. Just as the woman continued to sneer in her heart and thought that Zhuowen would definitely be killed by Qiu on the spot, she saw Qiu slowly raise his head. After looking at the young man in front of him, a rare smile appeared on his ferocious face. This smile was something that the woman had never seen before. "Little brother, you are indeed a man of your word. Today, you have indeed come to the shop as promised." Slowly putting down the carving knife in his hand, the smile on Qiu's face became even more intense. It was so intense that it had even reached a level of enthusiasm. At the entrance of the shop, the woman, who was supported by two men, could not help but feel her mind go blank when she saw the enthusiastic smile on Qiu's face. She had never thought that Qiu, who was known for being cold and indifferent, would actually reveal such an enthusiastic smile. This really caused the woman's mind to be unable to wrap itself around it. What is the background of this kid? Even Master Qiu is so enthusiastic towards him. The woman's lips squirmed a little, but she was rather bitter as she muttered to herself. At the same time, a thick feeling of unwillingness slowly rose from her heart. Thinking back, for so many consecutive days, she had worked like a horse for Qiu and served him like a servant. However, Qiu simply did not care about her. However, now that this unfamiliar young man had appeared, he actually became so enthusiastic. This caused the woman to feel extremely wronged in her heart. My heart is thinking about that piece of metal. Naturally, I want to conclude the deal between us as soon as possible. After all, we are only taking what we need. Zhuowen said with a lazy smile. That's true. Qiu nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to speak, the woman, who had been ignored all this time, suddenly opened her mouth. The woman bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth and said somewhat hesitantly, "Master Qiu." Qiu, who had been interrupted, frowned slightly as he glanced at the woman and said indifferently, "There is no need to call me Master Qiu. I have never said that I wanted to take you as my disciple. Also, you don't have to come in the future. I am very clear about the tricks in your heart." Chapter 260. Extreme Cold Freeze, Get Lost. Don't bother me in the future. Cho waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Immediately, a heart-palpitating yuan power gale immediately spread out. The lady was suddenly startled. Along with the few people beside her, they all involuntarily retreated out of the shop under the effect of this gale. Creak! The shop's door also closed at this moment, leaving the lady and the other two standing in front of the door in a daze. So strong. No wonder the clan elders are so afraid of Elder Cho. But what exactly is that young man's identity, to actually be treated so courteously by Elder Cho? The lady's eyes were filled with a complicated expression as she softly sighed. Inside the shop, Cho had a slight smile on his face as he rubbed his hands and said, "Little friend Juoan, it's time for you to expel the extreme cold freeze for this old man, right?" "Of course. However, Elder, you should first hand over that metal piece to me. When the time comes, I will naturally expel the cold aura from your body. After all, we have a business relationship." Slightly nodding his head, Juoan extended his hand and smiled. How can this old man go back on his words? "Take it." Cho was somewhat displeased. He took out the metal piece and tossed it to Juoan before continuing. "However, this old man has to remind you that although this metal piece is a little strange, this old man has studied it for many years and has yet to discover anything special about it." Receiving the metal piece, Juoan's face immediately revealed a joyous expression. As for Cho's reminder, Juoan simply did not take it to heart. After all, he possessed the lightning snake wings in his body and had already indirectly received the inheritance of the 6 wings of wind and lightning. Therefore, this metal piece might be a piece of scrap metal in the hands of others, but in his hands, it was like a treasure. "Then let's begin." Smiling as he kept the metal piece into his chincoin bag, Juoan said in a happy mood. Cho somewhat hesitantly glanced at Juoan before finally nodding his head and said, "Little friend Juoan, this old man's injuries will completely depend on you. You must be careful." "Of course. However, this will require your cooperation. After all, it is rather dangerous for the earth fire to enter one's body. Therefore, when I use the earth fire, please don't make any moves to resist." Juoan's expression was rather indifferent as he spoke indifferently. Cho nodded his head as the yuan power within his body surged. The robes on his body instantly tore apart, revealing his well-built upper body. Juoan snapped his right hand, and a wisp of 9 heavens thunder inferno flame immediately gushed out from his fingertip. At the same time, the mental energy within his Niwan palace also slowly gushed out. Like a rope, it wrapped around the wisp of thunder flame at his fingertip, after which Juoan's fingertip suddenly pressed into the Xian Yin acupoint on Cho's back. With a puff sound, the thunder flame at his fingertip drilled into Cho's body. Cho's entire body trembled as he involuntarily let out a suppressed groan. Evidently, the feeling of the earth fire entering one's body was not very pleasant. With his finger pressed against Cho's back, Juoan used his spiritual energy to continuously guide the wisp of thunder flame, rapidly shuttling through the meridians in his body. What caused Juoan to be somewhat shocked was that within Cho's 8 extraordinary meridians, it was practically covered in a blue cold air. This cold air was extremely difficult to deal with extreme Arctic frost. As it continued to penetrate deeper, the wisp of thunder flame finally reached his bones. Through the senses of his mental energy, Juoan could sense the scene wherever the thunder flame went. When he sensed that the surface of Cho's bones was actually covered in a thick layer of blue ice, his eyebrows involuntarily knitted together. The corrosion of the extreme Arctic frost has actually reached his bones. I truly did not expect that Cho's injuries had already reached such a serious stage. As he muttered to himself, Juoan's face was filled with a grave expression. Treating the symptoms requires treating the root of the problem. The cold air in the meridians is relatively easy to expel. However, the extreme Arctic frost in his bones is rather troublesome. I must first expel the cold air deep within his bones. His gaze flickered for a moment before Juoan's mind moved. The wisp of thunder flame that had penetrated deep into Chiu Chao's body immediately became much more vigorous, while its temperature also violently rose. As the temperature of the thunder flame rose, Chiu Chao's tightly shut eyes instantly twitched a few times. A trace of pain surfaced on his face, while his loosened hands also gently clenched. As his eyes gradually narrowed, Zhuan deeply inhaled a breath of air. His mental energy relaxed, causing the thunder flame to become even more vigorous. Soon after, the thunder flame emitted a faint, muffled sound before directly surging and completely enveloping Chiu Chao's bones. Ah! Chiu Chao's eyes abruptly widened in anger. His mouth was wide open as he actually directly let out a painful groan. His voice appeared rather hoarse and dry. Endure it. The extreme Arctic frost has already directly penetrated your bones. If you want to completely expel it, you must first expel the cold air within your bones. Zhuan's right hand suddenly pressed down, pressing down on Chiu Chao's trembling body as he spoke with a solemn expression. Then I'll have to trouble little friend Zhuan. When Chiu Chao heard this, a glint abruptly flashed across his eyes. With regard to his injuries, he was naturally very clear. Just as Zhuan had said, the extreme Arctic frost had already penetrated into his bones. Now that Zhuan had pointed it out, Chiu Chao's confidence in Zhuan increased by several degrees. He clenched his teeth and endured the intense pain that felt as if his bones had been broken and did not make another sound. Hiss! The extreme Arctic frost was indeed the most powerful Earth-grade cold air. When the raging thunder flame completely enveloped the bones, the extreme Arctic frost that had adhered to the surface of the bones was immediately like a threatened poisonous snake as it suddenly erupted with a blue cold air, intending to retaliate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cold air actually formed a small whirlwind on the bones, instantly blowing a large hole in the thunder flame that had almost completely enveloped the bones. Soon after, an extremely cold air was immediately released from this hole, pouncing towards the thunder flame in layers. For a moment, the Nine Heavens thunder blaze was actually directly suppressed by this cold air. Looks like one type of earth fire is indeed insufficient. This extreme Arctic frost is truly abnormal. After secretly cursing, the fire saint symbol in Zhuan's left hand immediately became blazing hot. Soon after, 3,000 green lotus flames erupted. The green fire lotus directly entered Chiu Chao's body when it appeared, and swiftly penetrated deep into his bones at a speed that was akin to blowing dry leaves and smashing rotten wood. Boom! When the two earth fires merged, an extremely powerful aura erupted. A low and deep explosion sounded out like a lit fuse. However, what made Zhuan rather impressed was that Chiu Chao's body had already undergone a tremendous transformation, yet he still gritted his teeth and did not utter a single word. Clearly, Chiu Chao's temperament and willpower were extremely terrifying. Break for me. At this moment, Zhuan no longer had any misgivings. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across his eyes as his mind suddenly moved. The Nine Heavens thunder blaze and the 3,000 green lotus flames in Chiu Chao's body merged together. An extremely powerful flame energy suddenly erupted. With the fire saint symbol in his possession, Zhuan's fire control skills could be said to be at the Grandmaster level. A technique like forcefully merging two types of flames was something that Zhuan could do easily. Boom, boom, boom. When the two types of earth fires merged together, it immediately suppressed the extreme Arctic frost that was like a maggot in one's bones. At the same time, Chiu Chao let out a muffled groan and violently spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression became somewhat dispirited, but he still gritted his teeth and did not utter a single word. A trace of joy appeared on Zhuan's face as he felt the extreme Arctic frost continuously being suppressed in his bones. Soon after, Zhuan immediately controlled the extreme Arctic frost that had been suppressed by the two types of earth fires and continuously pulled it out of his body. Swoosh! Xiao Chao's body violently trembled as a ball of blue crystal swept out from his body. At the same time, the temperature in the shop suddenly dropped at a frightening speed. A thick layer of ice began to condense on the floor and the shelves in the shop. Is this the extreme Arctic frost? The cold energy contained within it is truly terrifying. Looking at the surroundings that had instantly turned into a world of ice and snow, Zhuan's eyes shone brightly as he could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, this extreme Arctic frost is just right for me. With a faint smile, the Ice Saint symbol on the back of Zhuan's right hand immediately released a dazzling blue light. Soon after, an ancient suppressive force suddenly acted on the blue crystal that was quietly suspended in midair. After all, the Ice Fire Saint symbol was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. It possessed the power to subdue the unique flames and cold energy of heaven and earth. Although the Ice Fire Saint symbol in Zhuan's hand was only incomplete, it was still not something that an earth-rank cold energy like the extreme Arctic frost could resist. Buzz. The blue crystal let out a slightly unwilling buzz as it was directly suppressed and absorbed by the Ice Saint symbol. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, the Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno and 3,000 blue lotus flames that had remained in Xiao Chao's body returned to Zhuan's body. The harvest this time was quite bountiful. Not only did I obtain the lightning serpent wings, I even managed to subdue an extremely powerful earth-rank cold energy like the extreme Arctic frost. In terms of strength, the extreme Arctic frost might has already surpassed the Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno and 3,000 blue lotus flames. With the extreme Arctic frost in my hands, even an ultimate Emperor Realm expert would be wary and have a headache, Zhuan thought excitedly with a faint smile. Moreover, what made Zhuan the most excited was that ever since he had obtained the Nine Heavens Thunder Inferno and 3,000 blue lotus flames, he had lacked the corresponding earth-rank cold energy. Now, the extreme Arctic frost had made up for the missing earth-rank cold energy. Now that he had both the earth-fire and the earth-rank cold energy, Zhuan knew that he could use the Ice Fire Saint symbol to completely combine these two somewhat abnormal energies. From there, he would be able to create an ice fire that was comparable to heavenly fire. Its power was probably enough to injure an ultimate Emperor Realm expert. What a lucky kid. You were able to gather such a powerful earth-rank cold energy just by casually treating someone. Looks like your Ice Fire Saint symbol will come in handy once again. Xiaohei's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Even an ultimate Emperor stage expert would have to avoid the ice fire created from the earth-rank ice and fire energy. Zhuan grinned as he spoke in a rather happy manner. Even so, with your current physique, I'm afraid that you won't be able to endure such a powerful ice-fire energy. Therefore, this Dragon Lord suggests that you cultivate a body-tempering technique first, Xiaohei suddenly said in a rather serious manner. Hearing these words, the smile on Zhuo Wen's face faded. The side effects of the ice fire were extremely great. Zhuo Wen naturally knew that if one's cultivation level was not high enough or if one's physical body was not strong enough, it was likely that Zhuo Wen would be killed by the ice and fire energy before the ice fire could be created. Looks like I need to get a body tempering technique. Zhuo Wen laughed bitterly as he muttered to himself. Boom! Chapter 261. Shu and I, what a powerful aura. Zhuan's pupil shrank as he turned to look at Xiao Chou, who was not far away. Xiao Chou was currently sitting on the ground as waves of powerful aura continuously surged out from his body. It was as if a great beast was awakening within his body. Bang, bang, bang. With Xiao Chou as the center, spiral-shaped air waves continuously spread out in all directions. The shelves in the shop were instantly turned into dust under the effect of the airwaves. Even Zhuo Wen could not help but retreat continuously. This aura is not something that an ordinary Ultimate Emperor Realm expert can emit. Could it be that Xiao Chou was originally this powerful? Zhuo Wen forcefully stopped himself as he stomped his foot on the ground. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at Xiao Chou, who was at the center of the countless waves of qi. Kid, you guessed right. Xiao Chao's strength has probably reached the level of a three-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he seems to have comprehended something. It's very likely that his strength will reach the level of a four-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert in a short period of time. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out in Zhuan's mind, causing him to be stunned. He's actually a three-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Where did this Cho come from? This kind of strength is simply overwhelming in Broken Rock City. I'm afraid that even Broken Rock City's city lord, Ouyang too, would not be a match for Cho. Zhuan's eyes narrowed as he spoke with some surprise. Once a cultivator reached the ultimate Emperor Realm, every round of advancement was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, every time a cultivator advanced, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. According to Zhuan's knowledge, Broken Rock City's city lord, Ouyang too, was only a two-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert. However, this kind of strength was nothing more than a three-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm expert, like Cho. It's been 10 years. The extreme frost has been tormenting this old man for 10 years. Finally, this damned frost chi has been completely removed today. Cho laughed heartily toward the sky. His laughter was filled with joy and relief. He was clearly a peerless expert, but his strength had been restricted by the extreme frost. This kind of feeling of being in fear was indeed sullen. Moreover, this kind of situation had persisted for 10 years. It was no wonder that Cho could laugh so wantonly after he was released. Little friend Zhuan, it's all thanks to your help this time. If it weren't for you, this old man would have to suffer the torment of the extreme cold and wouldn't be able to escape it for the rest of my life. So please accept this old man's bow. After regaining his senses, Cho's expression suddenly turned solemn as he earnestly sized up Zhuan. Under the latter's astonished gaze, he raised his head and bowed. Senior Chio, there's no need to be so courteous. It's just a normal transaction between us. After all, I've also received a lot of benefits from you. Zhuan helped him up and said rather embarrassedly. After all, the person in front of him was a genuine ultimate Emperor Realm expert. Zhuan felt a little strange that such an expert was bowing so respectfully to him. How can this old man's life be taken lightly? Although it's true that we've made a transaction, you're the only one who's been able to expel the extreme frost from my body for 10 years. Therefore, this old man still owes you a favor. At this point, Cho flicked his finger. A jade talisman turned into a ray of light and shot into Zhuan's palm. This jade talisman contains the teleportation formation that this old man has refined. If you encounter any danger, feel free to crush it. At that time, this old man will directly come to your side and help you resolve this crisis. Zhuan was stunned. He looked at the jade talisman in his hand and couldn't help but reveal an expression of wild joy. He knew that this jade talisman represented the assistance of this ultimate Emperor Realm expert. A ultimate Emperor Realm expert was at the peak of strength in the entire Qin Xian Empire. To be able to obtain a favor from such an expert was undoubtedly an extremely fortunate thing for Zhuan. Many thanks, Senior Chio. Zhuan smiled as he kept the jade talisman. He cupped his hands together in gratitude. There's no need to thank me. Cho waved his hand and suddenly turned his head to look at the messy shop around him. He sighed softly and said, "It's been 10 years. I never imagined that 10 years would pass so quickly. It's time for me to leave this place." Cho's gaze was complicated as he sized up the surrounding shelves. He suddenly waved his right hand, and the scattered half-finished wooden carvings immediately floated into the air. Then, under Cho's power, they were all reduced to dust. After doing all this, Cho no longer had any lingering feelings. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared from the spot. Little friend Zhuan, if you encounter any trouble, immediately crush the jade talisman. This old man will definitely be waiting for you. The moment Cho left, Cho's voice sounded in Zhuan's ears. Gazing at Cho's departing figure, Zhuan's eyes contained a trace of complexity. He never imagined that he would be able to meet a reclusive expert like Cho in a random little shop. However, In the end, he still did not know where Cho came from. Let's not think about this anymore. Now that I have the Thunder Dragon wings, I'll go back and see if I can comprehend it. Tomorrow, I still have to go to the Zhao family to find Zhao Wenxian and meet the head of the Zhao family. Its matter cannot be delayed. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to grandfather when I return. Shaking his head, Zhuowen mumbled in a low voice and directly left the shop. Pitch-black darkness slowly descended, as if a black dragon had covered the sky. The entire world fell into silence. Within the loft, Zhuowen's gaze slightly sunk as he stared at the blue metal piece in his palm. His face revealed a pondering expression as he muttered to himself. In order to obtain the Thunder Dragon Wings cultivation method within the metal piece, I should also need to use the power of lightning to stimulate it. As he spoke, Zhuowen's right hand was filled with an endless amount of lightning energy. It sizzled as it poured into the metal piece in his hand. As expected, the metal piece quickly reacted. Soon after, countless words formed by lightning transformed into a screen of light that floated in midair. The first thing that entered his eyes was the 3 large words, Thunder, Serpent Wings. Following, there was a dense list of cultivation methods for the Thunder Serpent Wings. With the experience of cultivating the Thunder Serpent Wings, Zhuowen comprehended the Thunder Serpent Wings very quickly. Time flew by, and in a flash, a night had passed. That night, Zhuowen had basically been comprehending the Thunder Dragon Wings. However, it was a pity that the difficulty of cultivating the Thunder Dragon Wings was much higher than the Thunder Snake Wings. Thus, until now, he had only scratched the surface. The difficulty of cultivating the Thunder Dragon Wings is many times higher than the Thunder Snake Wings. Looks like if I want to completely comprehend it, I'm afraid that I'll need at least a few months. As he stretched his back, Zhuowen shook his head and clicked his tongue. Transforming a snake into a dragon is not an easy task. Among the lightning wings, the Thunder Snake Wings is the simplest cultivation method. The Thunder Dragon Wings is the middle level, while the Thunder Dragon Wings is the most difficult. If one's talent is not enough, the Thunder Dragon Wings is simply not easy to cultivate. Xiao Hei's cold voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Shrugging his shoulders, Zhuowen ignored Xiao Hei's mocking words. Instead, he pushed open the door with large strides and walked out. He had previously agreed with Zhao Wenxian to visit the Zhao family in 2 days. Today was already the 2nd day. Zhuowen decided to pay a visit to the Zhao family and inquire about his aunt's whereabouts at the same time. Walking out of the courtyard, Zhuowen saw from afar that Grandmaster Tsangmu was leading 2 figures as they slowly walked over. What surprised Zhuowen was that Grandmaster Tsangmu's face revealed a rather respectful expression. Shifting his gaze slightly, Zhuowen focused his attention on the 2 people beside Grandmaster Tsangmu. One of them looked to be in his 40s. His hair was white, and he was a middle-aged man who always had a warm smile on his face. The other person was a woman in her 20s. However, when Zhuowen's gaze shifted to the woman's face, a trace of amazement involuntarily appeared on his face. This woman had a slender figure, and her eyes were as clear as a spring in a secluded forest. She was cold and arrogant, and she had an exquisite face, long and slender eyebrows. A veil that was like snow tightly outlined her curvaceous body, and it contrasted with her exposed skin, causing the woman to have a trace of an icy charm that was difficult to conceal. If one merely looked at this woman, one would be attracted by the faintly discernible ice-cold charm emitted from her body. It would make a man involuntarily want to completely conquer this ice-cold beauty and make her ice-cold face blossom with the most sincere smile for him. Although this woman's appearance could not be compared to Mu Chinxua, the unique temperament on her body always emitted a rather seductive feeling. Old Master Tsangmu. Zhuowen walked forward. Just as he was about to call him old man, he saw Grandmaster Tsangmu continuously giving him a meaningful glance. Left with no choice, Zhuowen could only temporarily change the way he addressed him. Zhuowen, this is the president of Broken Rock City's Arcane Guild, Master Kuya. He's a bona fide grade 4 advanced arcanist. Even Broken Rock City's city lord, Ouyang Yun Tu, doesn't dare to disrespect him. Seeing that Zhuowen was so respectful, the smile on Grandmaster Tsangmu's face became even wider. He hurriedly pointed at the middle-aged man beside him and introduced him to Zhuowen. "Greetings, Master Kuya." In front of a grade 4 arcanist, Zhuowen did not dare to have the slightest arrogance. Moreover, Master Kuya in front of him was an advanced grade 4 arcanist. His strength and status were not inferior to an ordinary marquis. With such a status, Zhuowen naturally did not dare to have the slightest neglect. He must be the Zhuowen that you've been praising endlessly. His talent is indeed not bad. At such a young age, he already has advanced grade 2 mind power. If there are no accidents, in a few years, this child may become a grade 3 arcanist. Master Kuya looked kindly and smiled as he sized up Zhuowen. Hearing this, Grandmaster Tsangmu naturally could not stop smiling. After all, it was not that easy to receive praise from the president of the Arcane Guild. The path of mind is not that easy to cultivate. He is indeed talented to be able to reach the advanced grade 2 arcanist at the age of 17. However, to reach grade 3 before the age of 20 is simply a fool's dream. I'm afraid that he may be stuck at the advanced grade 2 arcanist until the age of 20 without the slightest progress. The cold-faced woman suddenly glanced sideways at Zhuowen and sneered. "Xuanai, don't be presumptuous." Master Kuya's face darkened slightly as he said in a displeased tone. Chapter 262. Zhao Xuanwa. Master Kuya helplessly glanced at his cold disciple in front of him. He clearly knew how arrogant his disciple was. He also knew that his disciple had the qualifications to be arrogant. She started cultivating mental energy at the age of 10, broke through to grade 1 at 12, reached complete grade 1 at 13, and became a grade 2 arcanist at 14. After that, she used only a year to reach complete grade 2. At that time, Xuanai was only 15 years old. However, the mental energy path was originally more difficult as one progressed. Even with Xuanai's monstrous talent, she used a full 5 years to go from complete grade 2 to initial grade 3. From this, one could see how difficult it was to advance to grade 3. However, Master Kuya had said that Zhuowen could become a grade 3 arcanist in a few years. Wasn't this indirectly saying that Zhuowen's talent was not inferior to hers? With Xuanai's arrogant character, she was naturally unhappy. Zhuowen's brows furrowed slightly as he gazed at Xuanai, who kept pointing at him. He really didn't like Xuanai's attitude of looking down on him. It made it seem like she was the most talented and everyone else was mediocre. Being stuck at complete grade 2 for a full 5 years, is this speed and talent very high? Aren't you a little too conceited? With a cold smile, Zhuowen unceremoniously retorted. What do you know? You haven't even reached complete grade 2. How would you know how difficult it is to break through to become a grade 3 arcanist? At the end of the day, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Xuanai coldly stared at Zhuowen. Her cold face was suddenly filled with ridicule. Frog at the bottom of a well? Who exactly is the frog at the bottom of the well? I will let you know at the Arcana ceremony in 5 days. Teacher Karaki, Master Kuya, I still have things to do. I will take my leave first. Zhuowen really could not stand this girl who was bursting with confidence in front of him. After bidding farewell to Master Karaki and Master Kuya, he did not stay any longer. He's quite stubborn. Don't tell me that this fellow wants to participate in the Arcana ceremony, but even if this kind of trash participates, he will be eliminated in the first round. Want to compete with this lady? What a fool's dream. Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, the corner of Xuanai's mouth was filled with a sneer. Master Karaki's face was a bit ugly. After all, Zhuowen was his disciple. Now that Xuanai was speaking ill of Zhuowen in front of him, Master Karaki's heart was filled with anger. However, Xuanai was Master Kuya's personal disciple after all, so Master Karaki didn't dare to fall out with her. However, he secretly thought to himself, Zhuowen's spiritual force isn't weaker than this girl's, it's even stronger than hers. This girl is such a snob. Let's see how Zhuowen will surprise her in the Arcana ceremony in 5 days. The Zhao clan's residence was quite far from the loft where Zhuowen lived. One was in the north, while the other was in the south. After passing through a few streets, Zhuowen finally arrived in front of the main gate of the Zhao clan's residence. The main gate of the Zhao clan's residence was very imposing. Stone lions dozens of feet tall stood on both sides, holding bowl-sized stone pearls in their mouths. On top of the stone lions was a huge red lacquer gate. At the gate stood 2 guards with vigilant expressions. "Stop! This is the Zhao clan's residence. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter." The 2 guards crossed their weapons in front of Zhuowen and said coldly. However, when the 2 guards noticed the rank 2 Arcana Master badge on Zhuowen's chest, their hands suddenly trembled. The coldness on their faces suddenly faded and was replaced with a trace of flattery. The young man in front of them was a rank 2 Arcana Master. This identity was not someone they could afford to offend. "Sir, may I know what business you have with our Zhao clan?" Looking at the guards in front of him who changed their expressions as quickly as drinking water, Zhuowen sighed at his heart. He finally understood how useful this Arcana Master badge was. At the very least, when others met him, they were polite and did not dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful. "I have been invited by the young lady of your Zhao clan, Zhao Wenxian, to visit today. I hope the 2 of you can inform her." Zhuowen glanced at the interior of the residence and said indifferently, "So you are the young lady's friend. I will go in and inform her," one of the guards said respectfully. Then, he hurriedly entered the residence. It was likely that he had gone in to inform her. Not long after, a petite figure appeared in the residence. This figure was naturally Zhao Wenxian. Zhao Wenxian, who had appeared at the entrance, quickly saw Zhuowen. Her pretty face immediately lit up, and she quickly walked in front of Zhuowen. "Big brother Zhuowen, you've finally come." Zhao Wenxian's face was flushed red. She did not dare to look directly at Zhuowen. However, when her gaze swept past Zhuowen's chest, her beautiful eyes immediately stared at the badge on his chest. A trace of shock flashed through her eyes. "Big brother Zhuowen, you are also a grade 2 Arcana Master?" Zhao Wenxian could not help but ask. There was still a trace of shock in her beautiful eyes. She knew that the young man before her was only around 17 years old, yet he actually possessed the strength of a rank 2 Arcana Master at such an age. Zhao Wenxian couldn't help but be extremely shocked. Moreover, she knew that Zhuo Wen's cultivation in the martial Dao was extremely terrifying, and his cultivation had already reached the Earth King realm. She never thought that the young man before her would be such a genius in both martial and mental strength. This caused Zhao Wenxian to feel even more admiration in her heart. Every young girl hoped that the man they admired would be perfect. At this moment, Zhuowen was the man Zhao Wenxian admired in her heart. However, she did not dare to say it out loud. Nodding slightly, Zhuowen smiled and said, "I've come to disturb you today. I want to see your father. Is that okay?" "Yes, of course you can. Father really wants to see you after hearing about your deeds. Come, I'll bring you to see my father." Zhao Wenxian grabbed Zhuowen's arm and led Zhuowen into the residence with a blush on her face. Zhuowen did not mind Zhao Wenxian's intimate actions. After all, the little girl in front of him was only around 13 years old. Zhuowen only treated her as a little sister. Naturally, his mind did not have any improper thoughts. Not long after Zhuowen and Zhao Wenxian left, a black shadow suddenly appeared in a corner of the residence. This black shadow looked deeply at Zhuowen's back and muttered in a low voice, "It seems that this young man called Zhuowen is not simple. He's actually a grade 2 Arcana Master. Looks like this is not going to be easy. I need to go back and ask for the eldest young master's opinion." After saying that, the black shadow seemed to evaporate and disappeared on the spot in an instant, in a rather grand pavilion to the east of the Zhao residence. Zhao Yaoting's brows were knitted together. He stared at the black shadow in front of him and said, "That Zhuowen is actually a grade 2 Arcana Master? Shadow, are you sure you didn't see wrong?" The black shadow was pitch black, and his facial features could not be distinguished at all. He was like a shadow. This black shadow was Zhao Yaoting's trusted general, codenamed Shadow. His strength was at the advanced Heavenly King stage. However, Shadow's attack method was very strange. It was like a shadow, making it impossible to guard against. Shadow once had a glorious record of killing a cultivator at the Advanced Heavenly King stage. That Zhuowen has a Grade 2 Arcana Master badge on his chest. This badge is unique to the Arcane Guild, so it shouldn't be fake. Master, are we still going to prepare to kill this Zhuowen? Shadow hesitated for a moment before replying coldly. Cancel the assassination operation first. I really didn't expect this kid to be a Grade 2 Arcana Master, and his martial arts realm is even more powerful. Even Zhao Wuji is not his match. This kid's talent is really terrifying. The Arcane Guild is not to be trifled with. If they know that I killed a genius of the Arcane Guild, I'm afraid I won't be able to live. Zhao Yaoding narrowed his eyes. When the Arcane Guild was mentioned, his eyes were full of fear. He knew very well how powerful the Arcane Guild was in Broken Rock City. This force was so powerful that even the City Lord's mansion had to bow to it. This was also the reason why Arcanus had such a high status in Broken Rock City. Then what should we do? This Zhuowen has killed many of Master's men. Even Zhao Wuji, whom you valued the most, was killed by him. Don't tell me that we are just going to let this go. Aning said somewhat unwillingly. Humph. Compared to this Zhuowen, Zhao Wuji is just a fart. This kid alone is worth hundreds or thousands of Zhao Wuji. If I can win this kid over, then the position of the Zhao family patriarch will be at my fingertips. Zhao Yaoding's eyes flashed as he spoke. I've seen this kid before. I don't think Zhuowen is easy to win over. Shadow shook his head. In the face of enough benefits, anyone will be swayed. This kid is too young and obviously doesn't know much about the ways of the world. This kind of person is actually the easiest to win over. Zhao Yaoding's lips curled into a smile as he said indifferently. Following Zhao Wenxian, they passed through several pavilions and finally stopped at a very large attic. Inside the attic was a large hall. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a solemn expression was sitting in the depths of the hall. Obviously, this man should be the patriarch of the Zhao family, Zhao Xuanwu. In the hall, other than Zhao Xuanwu, who was sitting on the main seat, there was also a woman sitting on the second seat. Zhuowen was also familiar with this woman. She was the woman in tight clothes who escorted Zhao Wenxian back then, Zhao Tongyu. The arrival of Zhuowen and Zhao Wenxian immediately attracted the attention of the two people in the hall. Zhao Xuanwu looked straight at Zhuowen. There was a burst of light in the depths of his eyes, like a sharp sword that pierced into Zhuowen's heart. At the same time, a fierce aura suddenly pressed towards Zhuowen. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body was covered in lightning. In an instant, he broke through this aura and stepped into the hall as if nothing had happened. Zhao Xuanwu looked at the youth in front of him with some astonishment. The fierce aura he released earlier was naturally to test him. Zhao Xuanwu didn't really believe that the youth in front of him, who had been praised to the skies by Zhao Wenxian and Zhao Tongyu, could kill Zhao Wuji at such a young age. However, after Zhuowen broke through his aura in such a leisurely manner, he finally knew that the youth in front of him was indeed very strong. He smiled slightly and was about to speak when Zhao Tongyu suddenly exclaimed, Zhuowen, you're actually also an Arcana Master? When Zhao Xuanwu heard this, the smile on his face immediately froze. His gaze swept towards Zhuowen's chest. When he discovered that there were 2 golden lines on the badge on his chest, his pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 263. Chapter 263, Whereabouts, haha. You must be Zhuowen, right? I'm Zhao Xuanwu, the head of the Zhao clan, and also Wenxian's father. The fact that Wenxian and Tongyu were able to return safely is all thanks to you, little friend Zhuowen. Zhao Xuanwu's eyes flickered as he laughed heartily and walked toward Zhuowen with a warm smile on his face. Uncle, you flatter me. Actually, I have come here this time specifically to pay a visit to Uncle. Zhuowen smiled slightly and said in a rather courteous manner, Oh, visit me? Zhao Xuanwu was slightly stunned. He glanced at Zhao Wenxian and Zhao Tongyu suspiciously. The 2 women didn't seem to have told him that Zhuowen would specifically look for him. I don't think little friend Zhuowen would visit me for no reason. Since you've come to look for me, please speak your mind. As long as this humble one is able to help, This humble one will do his best to help." After pondering for a moment, Zhao Xuanwu laughed heartily. Right now, his position in the family was weak, and Zhao Yaoting's power was extremely great. Although he was the patriarch of the Zhao family, the power he could mobilize was not as great as Zhao Yaoting's. Therefore, when he heard that Zhao Wenxian and the others were assassinated by Zhao Yaoting, although Zhao Xuanwu was furious, he did not dare to do anything to Zhao Yaoting. Although the Zhuan in front of him was young, being able to kill Zhao Wuji meant that Zhuan's strength was not weaker than an ordinary Heavenly King stage cultivator. This kind of strength was of great help to him. Moreover, what Zhao Xuanwu valued the most was Zhuan's status as a rank 2 Arcana Master. To be able to become a rank 2 Arcana Master at the age of 17 meant that his talent was much greater than even that of Ouyang Yateo from the City Lord's Mansion. Thus, he knew that Zhuan definitely had an extremely powerful master behind him. He knew that if he could pull the young man in front of him to his camp, his influence in the family would most likely surpass Zhao Yaoting's. At that time, he would have the strength to completely eliminate Zhao Yaoting's greatest threat. Zhuan casually took a seat below. Then, he shot a glance at Zhao Wenxian and Zhao Tongyu. His eyes flickered as he said, "There are no outsiders here. So I'll speak frankly. I wonder if Uncle has heard of the name Zhuo Meijin?" "Zhuo Meijin? How do you know this name?" "Huh, your surname is Zhuo as well. Could it be that you're a descendant of Meijin?" Zhao Xuanwu frowned and looked at the young man in front of him curiously. Seeing Zhao Xuanwu's reaction, a trace of joy flashed in Zhuan's eyes. It seemed like Zhao Xuanwu knew about his aunt. He hurriedly said, "Zhuo Meijin is my aunt. If Uncle knows of my aunt's whereabouts, I hope you can tell me. I will definitely thank you." "You're Meijin's nephew?" Zhao Xuanwu's face revealed a trace of surprise. Then he said rather sadly, "If you want to find your aunt, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. 10 years ago, your aunt had already." At this point, Zhao Xuanwu's face suddenly became somewhat dispirited and gloomy. Frowning slightly, Zhuan faintly felt that something was amiss. He hurriedly asked, "What happened to my aunt? What exactly happened 10 years ago?" "Your aunt is no longer alive. She married into our Zhao family 10 years ago. Half a year later, there was a sudden news that she had contracted a serious illness and passed away. Originally, I had a good relationship with your aunt. Back then, when the news spread, I wanted to see her one last time. However, that fellow Zhao Yaoting refused to let us meet. Furthermore, he had sealed off all information regarding Meijin." At this point, Zhao Xuanwu's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. "Zhao Yaoting? The person my aunt had married back then, was this Zhao Yaoting?" Narrowing his eyes, Zhuan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Back then, Zhao Yaoting had suddenly come to ask for her hand in marriage. Half a year later, his aunt had suddenly died. Furthermore, all information regarding his aunt had been sealed off. All of these indicated that there was definitely a hidden story behind this. Zhao Xuanwu's eyes flickered. Finally, he nodded lightly. "Back then, the one who sent people to assassinate your daughter was Zhao Yaoting. You should know about this as well. Why don't you bring him to justice?" Looking at the somewhat silent, middle-aged man in front of him, Zhuan frowned and said with slight displeasure. From Zhuan's point of view, Zhao Yaoting was the head of the Zhao family after all. His authority and status were unique in the Zhao family. Furthermore, he had the advantage of reason. It was entirely possible for him to convict Zhao Yaoting. However, Zhao Xuanwu did not move for a long time. This caused Zhuan to be rather puzzled and dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xuanwu laughed bitterly and said somewhat helplessly, "Little friend Zhuan, there's something you don't know. In fact, my title as the head of the Zhao family is somewhat undeserved. Although Zhao Yaoting is not the head of the family, his influence in the Zhao family is extremely great. Furthermore, the elders of the family are biased towards Zhao Yaoting. If it weren't for Zhao Yaoting's fear of our ancestor, I'm afraid he would have already taken action to seize the position of the head of the family." When Zhuan heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. He did not expect that the head of the Zhao family in front of him would be in such a miserable state. The family's influence and prestige were actually inferior to Zhao Yaoting's. How strong is Zhao Yaoting? Also, who are the powerful people under him? Zhuowen knew that if he wanted to thoroughly investigate Zhuo Meijin's past, he would have to start with Zhao Yaoting. The only way at present was to completely overthrow Zhao Yaoting's influence in the Zhao family. Zhao Xuanwu was stunned for a moment before his face revealed an expression of ecstasy. He knew that the youth in front of him wanted to kill Zhao Yaoting. After all, Zhuo Meijin had married into the Zhao family because of Zhao Yaoting. Zhuo Meijin's death was definitely greatly related to Zhao Yaoting. If he wanted to know the truth of that year, he had to overthrow Zhao Yaoting. In Zhao Xuanwu's eyes, Zhuowen was extremely mysterious. Not only was he powerful, but he was also a Grade 2 Arcana Master. The youth in front of him was undoubtedly a great help to him. Actually, Zhao Yaoting's influence is about the same as mine. However, it's mainly because the Great Elder of the Elders Guild favors Zhao Yaoting. That's why I'm in such a passive position in the Zhao family. As long as the Great Elder is restrained, Zhao Yaoting won't be able to do anything at all. However, the Great Elder's cultivation is already at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, and his strength is only below the ancestors. When Zhao Xuanwu said this, a bitter smile appeared on his face. After all, his strength was only at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, which was on par with Zhao Yaoting. However, the Great Elder of the Zhao family, whose strength was monstrous, favored Zhao Yaoting. This made him, the head of the family, rather passive. Oh, so it's only at the peak of the Heavenly King stage. I thought you were at the peak of the half-step Ultimate Emperor realm. Then let me deal with the Great Elder. Let's go capture Zhao Yaoting as soon as possible. Today, I must find out the cause of my aunt's death from him. With a cold smile, Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a bone-chilling coldness. As soon as Zhuowen said this, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became strange. Among them, Zhao Xuanwu, Zhao Tongyu, and Zhao Wenxian all looked at the youth in front of them with strange expressions. Wasn't Zhuowen's words a bit too arrogant? Did he think that he could deal with the Great Elder at the peak of the Heavenly King stage? Cough, cough. Little friend Zhuowen, although your strength is indeed not bad, the Great Elder is after all in existence second only to the ancestor of our Zhao family. Are you sure you can deal with the Great Elder alone? Zhao Xuanwu coughed dryly and couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, he felt a little helpless in his heart. This Zhuowen in front of him seemed too young and impetuous. He actually dared to challenge the Great Elder. Wasn't this courting death? Zhuowen, although you are strong and can kill Zhao Wuji, the Great Elder is after all a peak Heavenly King stage expert. He is one of the more famous experts in the entire Broken Rock City. He is not someone Zhao Wuji can compare to. Zhao Tongyu suddenly opened her mouth and said with a strange expression on her face. Originally, she quite admired Zhuowen, but after hearing Zhuowen's words, she shook her head and a trace of disappointment appeared on her face. Zhuowen's words made her think that Zhuowen was too arrogant. Yes, big brother Zhuowen, don't be rash. Since Zhao Yaoting can be so arrogant in the Zhao family, he naturally won't be so easy to deal with. We should first prepare a foolproof plan before dealing with him. Zhao Wenxian gritted her teeth and said with disappointment. Obviously, her thoughts were similar to Zhao Tongyu's. Looking at the opposition of the three people in front of him, Zhuowen shook his head and said, "There's no need. As long as it's not an Ultimate Emperor stage expert, I think I can deal with it." Zhao Xuanwu was a little angry at Zhuowen's stubbornness. After all, it was too risky to have a showdown with Zhao Yaoting now. If Zhuowen couldn't restrain the Great Elder, his position as the Zhao family's patriarch would probably come to an end. The consequence would be that his faction might be wiped out by Zhao Yaoting forever. He wasn't willing to use his family's life to accompany this crazy brat in front of him. You don't believe me? Glancing at the somewhat angry Zhao Xuanwu, Zhuowen snorted faintly and patted his Chinquan bag. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the hall. This figure was 9 feet tall, with black armor on its body. Its face was as resolute as iron, but its somewhat dull eyes didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. This figure was Zhuowen's reverse spirit puppet. Boom! As soon as the reverse spirit puppet appeared, a powerful aura burst out like a mountain. It actually formed countless spiral-shaped waves of air in the hall, swirling in all directions. The aura of a perfected heavenly king stage expert. Feeling the powerful aura that suddenly burst out from the reverse spirit puppet, Zhao Xuanwu's pupils suddenly shrank. His entire body trembled, and his lips trembled as he muttered. Although Zhao Xuanwu's voice wasn't loud, it was still heard by Zhao Tongyu and Zhao Wenxian, who were not far away from the hall. The two girls' cherry lips suddenly opened slightly, and their jade-like hands covered their mouths. They looked at the reverse spirit puppet that suddenly appeared beside Zhuowen in disbelief. They didn't expect that Zhuowen actually had a perfected heavenly king stage expert by his side. Chapter 264. Zhao Family Turmoil Gulp. Zhao Xuanwu's throat involuntarily twitched as he stared at the reverse spirit puppet in front of him. The shock in his eyes had yet to completely fade. Where did this Zhuowen come from? He actually has a perfect heavenly king stage puppet, and his strength is not weaker than an initial heavenly king stage cultivator. I didn't expect Mei Jin to have such a powerful descendant. As he thought to himself, the anger on Zhao Xuanwu's face instantly disappeared. Instead, there was a look of ecstasy on his face as he said, "Good, good, good. I really didn't expect little friend Zhuowen to have such a puppet on him. Then we have a 90% chance of dealing with Zhao Yaoting this time." Zhao Tongyu and Zhao Wenxian also recovered from their shock. The two women were pleasantly surprised. However, there was a complicated expression on their faces. They realized that the youngster before their eyes was like an unfathomably deep pool. They simply couldn't see through him. Our goal is the same. There's no time to lose. Let's take down Zhao Yaoting as soon as possible. After all, you're the patriarch of the Zhao family, and Zhao Yaoting once sent someone to assassinate your daughter. You have every reason to take him down. If he doesn't obey, then it'll be just as we wish. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Zhuowen's mouth as he stared at Zhao Xuanwu. Little friend Zhuowen is right. We'll set off for the Heavenly Mist Pavilion immediately. Zhao Xuanwu nodded slightly and said with bright eyes. After about an incense stick's worth of time, Zhao Xuanwu was ready to go. He and Zhuowen led the personal guards to the Heavenly Mist Pavilion in the south of the Zhao family mansion. The Heavenly Mist Pavilion was naturally Zhao Yaoting's pavilion. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. The sound of orderly footsteps suddenly sounded throughout the Zhao family mansion. Then, the clansmen in the Zhao family mansion were shocked to find that the patriarch, Zhao Xuanwu, was fully armed with a large number of personal guards behind him. They rushed straight to the south. What's going on? Why did the patriarch mobilize the personal guards? Logically speaking, the patriarch wouldn't mobilize the personal guards if it wasn't too big of a matter. The direction of the personal guards seems to be the Heavenly Mist Pavilion. Is the patriarch going to have a showdown with young Master Zhao Yaoting? No way. Young Master Zhao Yaoting had the support of the Great Elder. How could the patriarch dare to lay his cards on the table with the young master? After all, Zhao Yaoting is like the sun in the midday sky in the Zhao family now. If we lay our cards on the table with Zhao Yaoting now, wouldn't the family head suffer a great loss? Along the way, the appearance of the personal guards immediately attracted the attention of the Zhao clan members. When they realized that the personal guards were heading towards the Heavenly Mist Pavilion, their faces were filled with disbelief. The competition between Zhao Yaoting and Zhao Xuanwu was no secret. Everyone knew that Zhao Yaoting had always had the upper hand, while Zhao Xuanwu, the head of the family, was suppressed by Zhao Yaoting. This result caused many family members to slowly lean towards Zhao Yaoting's side. At this moment, Zhao Xuanwu's actions with such great fanfare naturally caused the numerous Zhao clansmen to be extremely surprised, and they all had their own guesses in their hearts inside the Heavenly Mist Pavilion. Zhao Yaoting slammed the table and said with narrowed eyes, "Since when did Zhao Xuanwu become so bold? You actually dare to bring your personal guards to my Sky Mist Pavilion? Could it be that he wants to capture this young master?" "Master, I'm afraid that Zhao Xuanwu and that Zhuowen have reached some sort of agreement. This time, they probably came with ill intentions. In the corner, Shadow's low voice slowly rang out. Oomph. That Zhuowen is only a rank 2 Arcana Master. Although he was able to kill Zhao Wuji, does Zhao Xuanwu think that he has the power to go against me just by relying on that Zhuowen? That's too laughable. Shadow, immediately gather the guards and invite the Great Elder over. Zhao Yaoting's eyes flashed as he said, "Understood," Shadow coldly replied, before he completely disappeared from the loft. Narrowing his eyes, Zhao Yaoting coldly laughed. "Since Zhao Xuanwu wants to lay his cards on the table with me, then I have no more reservations. When the time comes and I kill that Zhao Xuanwu, the old ancestor will have no reason to blame me, and the position of patriarch will naturally become mine." Not long after, Zhao Xuanwu, Zhuowen, and the rest brought a group of personal guards to the Heavenly Mist Pavilion. Looking at the luxurious pavilion in front of them, Zhao Xuanwu said in a serious tone, "That's the Heavenly Mist Pavilion. I believe that Zhao Yaoting is already on guard against us with such great fanfare. Even if he is on guard, we are not afraid. Also, when we make our move later, leave that Zhao Yaoting to me. After all, my aunt's disappearance is related to him. I want to personally ask him how my aunt died." Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen said in an ice-cold voice, "You want to deal with Zhao Yaoting yourself?" "No. Zhao Yaoting's strength has already reached the advanced Heavenly King stage. His strength is not weaker than mine. If you fight with him, I'm afraid you will be at a disadvantage." Zhao Xuanwu frowned. Obviously, he did not agree with Zhuowen challenging Zhao Yaoting alone. "Uncle, don't worry. If I'm not confident in something, Zhuowen, will not do it. Since I have decided to do it, it means that I know what I am doing," Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Zhao Xuanwu also fell silent. Although the young man in front of him was very young, his style of doing things was quite shrewd. He could feel the strong confidence of the young man beside him and thought to himself, "This Zhuowen has obviously never been at a disadvantage before. It's good that he is at a disadvantage this time. When the time comes, if he really can't handle it, I can help him." Thinking of this, Zhao Xuanwu also nodded slightly, agreeing to Zhuowen's request. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of countless footsteps suddenly rang out. Zhuowen and his group had already charged into the courtyard of the Sky Mist Pavilion in a grandiose manner. At this moment, Zhao Yaoting was standing in the courtyard with his head held high. There was also a pair of fully armed guards behind him. They were glaring at Zhuowen, Zhao Xuanwu, and the rest who had just entered. "Oh, isn't this Lord Patriarch? Why do you have the time to come to my Heavenly Mist Pavilion today? Could it be that you are a little tired of the position of Patriarch and want to give it to someone else?" Zhao Yaoting glanced at Zhuowen indifferently. Then, his gaze gathered on Zhao Xuanwu, and the corners of his mouth were filled with a mocking smile. Beside Zhao Yaoting stood a gray-robed old man with white hair and beard. The old man's eyes were as bright as the stars, and an extremely powerful aura continuously surged out from his body. This old man was the Great Elder of the Zhao clan, a true peak Heavenly King stage practitioner. "Xuanwu, today it was not a wise choice for you to bring your personal guards to the Heavenly Mist Pavilion. I can give you a chance. If you leave now, we will not pursue the matter of your offense today." The Great Elder shook his head slightly and spoke in a somewhat earnest manner. The Great Elder's words caused the mocking smile on Zhao Yaoting's face to become even more intense. He knew that he had the support of the Great Elder, and Zhao Xuanwu would definitely lose if he fought with him. However, Zhao Xuanwu had come in anger today. If he retreated because of this, his prestige in the Zhao clan would plummet. At that time, it would be even more impossible for Zhao Xuanwu to fight against him. Therefore, although the Great Elder's words seemed to be a kind reminder, it was actually incomparably vicious. If he did not retreat, he would have to accept defeat. If he retreated, he would lose his prestige. This was the Great Elder's overt scheme. "Old bastard, do you really think that I don't know what you're planning? This Zhao Yaoting has repeatedly tried to assassinate my loved ones. He doesn't even want to let my daughter off. Today Zhao Xuanwu, must eliminate such a vicious and cunning person. With the support of Zhuan's reverse spirit puppet, Zhao Xuanwu was much more confident as he coldly laughed. The great elder frowned slightly. He did not expect that Zhao Xuanwu would not retreat even after he had said so much. Furthermore, he dared to speak such arrogant words. This caused a trace of anger to surface in the great elder's heart. Xuanwu, since you're courting death, don't blame me for being merciless. With a cold snort, the great elder took a step forward. His entire body turned into a ghost as he directly charged towards Zhao Xuanwu. Old bastard, do you still have any shame? As an elder of our Zhao clan, you actually plan to assassinate me, the head of the Zhao clan? Aren't you afraid that the ancestor will blame you? Zhao Xuanwu's expression changed. He did not expect the great elder to directly attack and could not help but snort angrily. Head of the clan? After today, the position of the head of the Zhao clan will be changed. With this old man stepping forward, the ancestor will not blame me. Therefore, Xuanwu, you can go in peace. The great elder's old face trembled. The killing intent in his eyes became even more intense. His attack was even more merciless. It was obvious that he planned to kill Zhao Xuanwu with a single blow. Boom! Just as the great elder was only a step away from Zhao Xuanwu, a burly figure suddenly appeared. Then this figure suddenly threw a punch. It was wrapped in endless waves of air as it rumbled towards the great elder. The first elder's pupils abruptly shrunk. He hurriedly lifted his skinny hands in an attempt to block the attack. He did not expect that someone would suddenly appear in front of him and attack him. Hence, he was caught off guard. Bang! The circular waves of air spread out in circles. Then, the huge fist finally smashed into the great elder's arms. Then, under the somewhat shocked gazes of the crowd, the great elder actually took 5 steps back. In the end, he only stopped after breaking the bluestone floor. A warrior at the peak of the Heavenly King realm? How is this possible? Stabilizing his body, the great elder could not help but exclaim. He looked at the burly reverse spirit puppet that suddenly appeared in front of him in disbelief. The great elder's exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. When Zhao Yaoding and the others discovered that the great elder was actually repelled, they could not help but gasp. Then, their gazes converged on the reverse spirit puppet that repelled the great elder. How is this possible? How could Zhao Xuanwu have a martial artist at the peak of the Heavenly King stage by his side? Could it be that this expert was brought here by Zhuan? Zhao Yaoding's pupils constricted. His thoughts became a little chaotic. In the end, his gaze focused on the calm-looking youth not far away. He knew very well that it was impossible for Zhao Xuanwu to have such an expert by his side. Thinking of Zhuan's sudden visit to Zhao Xuanwu today, as well as Zhao Xuanwu's abnormal behavior today, it was obvious that the person who caused Zhao Xuanwu to have showdown with him was definitely this ordinary youth. Chapter 265. 10,000 Shadow Blade Boom. 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 Countless waves of air immediately swirled in the entire courtyard. The battle between the reverse spirit puppet and the great elder instantly erupted. The powerful strength of a peak Heavenly King stage expert was instantly revealed. Invisible ripples continuously spread out in the air, as if even the space was about to be torn apart. It's actually 2 peak Heavenly King stage experts. What power! It seems that the expert fighting with the great elder should be from the Patriarch's side. No wonder the Patriarch dared to come to the Heavenly Mist Pavilion today to challenge Zhao Yaoding. It turns out that he also has a peak Heavenly King stage expert by his side. I'm afraid there's going to be a good show to watch now. The numerous members of the Zhao clan who had gathered outside the Sky Mist Pavilion also saw the reverse spirit puppet and the first elder, who were constantly exchanging blows in midair. Their eyes were filled with shock. The reverse spirit puppet did not know what exhaustion was at all. It simply threw punch after punch at the great elder. There was no pattern or technique, but every punch could always explode with an extremely ear-piercing sound of air exploding. The enormous power contained in the fist made the great elder feel bitter in his heart. Looking at the great elder who was at a disadvantage in the air, Zhao Yaoding's face immediately darkened. There was a hint of shock in the depths of his eyes. He coldly stared at Zhao Xuanwu in front of him and said, "Zhao Xuanwu, it seems that I have underestimated you. However, do you think that you could defeat me with the help of a peak Heavenly King stage expert? I think you're dreaming. Whether it's a dream or not, we'll know very soon." Zhao Xuanwu's face was filled with a sneer. "Humph, I will kill you before that happens. As long as you are dead, no one will dare to stop me. Zhao Xuanwu, you and I have fought for many years. Let me see how much you've improved over the years." Zhao Yaoding suddenly took a step forward, and a powerful aura instantly surged out from his body. "As expected, you're at the advanced Heavenly King stage. It seems that you haven't slacked off all these years. Your strength has also reached the advanced Heavenly King stage. However, your opponent today is not me." Zhao Xuanwu's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he said casually, "Not you." Hearing this, Zhao Yaoding could not help but be stunned. Whoosh! At the same time, a rushing wind sound suddenly swept over from the side. Zhao Yaoding's pupils shrunk a little as he coldly snorted and turned around to throw a punch. Endless yuan power practically formed layers of astral winds within his fists, which finally collided with the incoming wind with a loud bang. Rumble! A violent explosion suddenly sounded. Zhao Yaoding staggered and retreated a few steps. With the help of his retreat, he steadied himself and stared at the young man beside him with an extremely gloomy gaze. The youth's figure stood tall, with a black spear in his hand. He raised his right hand and pointed the tip of the spear at Zhao Yaoding's head. "Are you Zhuan? Our Zhao family has nothing to do with you. So why are you interfering with our Zhao family's matters? If you and your people can stand by and do nothing, I, Zhao Yaoding, am willing to give you a high-grade soul treasure. How about it?" Zhao Yaoding frowned slightly. He did not put the youth in front of him in his eyes. After all, his strength was only at the advanced Earth King stage. However, he had already guessed that the middle-aged man at the peak of the Heavenly King stage who was fighting with the Great Elder was definitely one of the young man named Zhuowen. To be able to have a peak Heavenly King stage warrior by his side. Moreover, this Zhuowen was a Grade 2 Arcana Master. All of this indicated that the identity of the youth in front of him was not ordinary. Zhao Yaoding, who was cautious by nature, was naturally quite fearful of him. Zhao Yaoding's somewhat soft words immediately caused some of the Zhao family members to be a little surprised. Then they all focused their gazes on the youth standing with the spear. Even Zhao Yaoding was so fearful of this ordinary youth in front of him. Just where did this youth come from? Let me ask you a question. If your answer satisfies me, then I will withdraw. Zhuan's eyes flickered as he said with a cold expression. Question. When Zhao Yaoding heard this, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He did not expect the youth in front of him to have such low requirements. He only wanted to ask a question. Go ahead and ask. As long as I know, I will definitely not hide it from you. Good. A trace of light flashed in Zhuan's eyes as he planted the spear on the ground. He looked straight at Zhao Yaoding and continued. 10 years ago, you married a woman. That woman's name was Zhuomei Jin, right? When Zhao Yaoding heard this, his pupils involuntarily shrank. His expression was slightly unnatural as he nodded and said, 10 years ago, I did marry a woman called Zhuomei Jin. Are you related to her? Without answering Zhao Yaoding's question, Zhuowen continued. I heard that half a year later, Zhuomei Jin suddenly died. I want to know the cause of her death. Haha, so it's about this matter. At that time, my wife accidentally fell seriously ill, so she suddenly died. At that time, I was quite sad. After all, my relationship with my wife was quite good. Before Zhao Yaoding could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhuowen. Are you still lying? Since you don't have the slightest bit of sincerity, after I capture you later, I will naturally make you tell me what happened back then. Zhuowen's expression abruptly turned ice cold. He no longer spoke as his foot suddenly stomped on the ground. Lightning flickered as his entire body disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was already above Zhao Yaoding. With a shake of his right hand, a few star-like spear glows immediately shot out and swept towards the back of Zhao Yaoding's head. When he saw Zhuowen's actions, Zhao Yaoding suppressed a breath of resentment in his heart as he coldly said, "Since you insist on interfering, don't blame me for being merciless. Today I will first finish you off, then finish off that Zhao Xuanwu." Patting his Qinkuan bag, Zhao Yaoding immediately pulled out a large golden blade with a long handle from within. Both of his hands held it horizontally behind him. A clanging sound rang out as his long blade accurately blocked the spear light that was coming from a tricky angle. Zhuowen's gaze hardened as he instantly recognized the golden broadsword in Zhao Yaoding's hand. It was a high-grade soul treasure with extraordinary power. With a cold snort, Zhuowen did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. The 5 fingers of his right hand suddenly moved, and the demon moondragon spine spear immediately began to rotate violently. It drew a silver arc in the air as it aimed for Zhao Yaoding's head. Demon Moon Secret Manual. Moon-filled pavilion. Like a bright moon that was gradually born from a pavilion, the silver light arc that the spear shadows drew in the air was mixed with killing intent. You want to kill me? With your Earth King stage cultivation, is still not enough. Sky supporting blade art. Horizontal blade slash. Zhao Yaoding's expression was calm and unhurried. His right hand tightly gripped the hilt of his blade as he raised it horizontally. A golden blade shadow cut through the air as it ruthlessly swept towards the spear shadow. Rumble. The collision between the spear light and the saber light was like an explosion of energy. Countless scorching heat waves rose up in the surroundings, spreading out in a circular shape. Many cultivators had no choice but to retreat under the effect of these heat waves. Dang, dang, dang. The two of them both retreated. Zhuowen retreated 10 steps, while Zhao Yaoding only retreated 5 steps. Obviously, without using his trump card, there was still a certain gap between Zhuowen and an advanced Heavenly King stage martial artist. Father, I'm afraid that Big Brother Zhuowen is no match for Zhao Yaoding. You should lend him a hand. Seeing that Zhuowen was at a disadvantage, a trace of worry immediately appeared on Zhao Wenqian's pretty face as she pulled Zhao Xuanwu, who was beside her, to ask for help. Wenqian, don't worry. If little friend Zhuowen is really no match for Zhao Yaoding, I will naturally make a move. After all, he boasted that he would challenge Zhao Yaoding alone. Letting him suffer a loss now will definitely be beneficial to his future growth. However, Zhao Xuanwu shook his head slightly as he looked at the two people facing each other in the courtyard with bright eyes. When he saw that Zhuowen was actually able to exchange a few blows with Zhao Yaoding and was only at a disadvantage, Zhao Xuanwu was rather surprised. After all, the gap between the Earth King stage and the Heavenly King stage was extremely huge, and Zhuowen was only at a disadvantage when facing Zhao Yaoding, who was at the advanced Heavenly King stage. This Zhuowen's talent is truly terrifying. He is clearly only at the Earth King stage, but Zhao Yaoding is actually unable to do anything to him for a while. If this child's cultivation is also at the Heavenly King stage, I'm afraid he will become extremely terrifying. However, the gap between the Earth King stage and the Heavenly King stage is quite large. This Zhuowen should be about the same. At that time, I will still need to take action. Zhao Xuanwu narrowed his eyes as he muttered to himself. Humph, you have some ability. No wonder you dare to fight me one-on-one. However, this is all you can do. The gap between the Heavenly King stage and the Earth King stage is not as simple as you think. So prepare to die. With a cold snort, Zhao Yaoding waved his right hand, and the sound of a blade slicing through the air suddenly rang out. Following that, Zhao Yaoding actually waved out countless blade shadows in an instant, and these blade shadows turned into countless black half-arcs in front of him. Heaven supporting blade art. 1,000 shadow blade. Brat, this move will send you to heaven. With a low roar, Zhao Yaoding swung the saber in his hand diagonally. Countless saber shadows in front of him whizzed through the air like raindrops, heading straight for Zhuowen. They covered the sky and covered the earth in an endless stream. Not good. Zhao Yaoding actually used the strongest move of the heaven-supporting blade art, the 1,000 shadow blade, so quickly. I'm afraid that Zhuowen is in danger. Looking at the rain-like blade shadows, Zhao Xuanwu immediately turned pale with fright. However, the speed of the countless blade shadows was too fast, and he had no time to block them. He could only watch as the 10,000 blade shadows enveloped Zhuan's body. No, Zhao Wenxian also saw the figure enveloped by the countless blade shadows. Her pretty face instantly turned deathly pale, and she involuntarily cried out in alarm. What an overconfident brat. You still want to fight with me? Looking at the youth who was almost drowned by the blade shadows, Zhao Yaoding laughed heartily. A cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth as he coldly said, Zhao Yaoding, this Zhuan is the genius of the Arcane Guild. Aren't you afraid that you'll provoke our Zhao family by killing him today? Zhao Xuanwu was shocked and furious. Even he did not expect this to be the outcome. He was too careless just now. Provoke? As long as I kill all of you, naturally no one will know that Zhuan died in our Zhao family's hands. Since this brat is dead, now it's your turn, my dear Lord Patriarch. Zhao Yaoding sneered and stared at Zhao Xuanwu. I'm not dead yet. Are you in such a hurry to leave? Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. Chapter 266. Boiling with anger, figure was faintly discernible as he slowly walked over from the place where countless blade shadows overlapped. Countless blade shadows swirled in the air, their power seemingly able to tear the air apart. However, this figure seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll as he slowly walked over. What was even more bizarre was that on the back of this figure, a pair of enormous lightning python wings had unknowingly extended and coiled around each other, enveloping this figure within them. The countless saber shadows in the outside world were all blocked by this pair of lightning python wings. This figure was naturally Zhuan. When Zhao Yaoding's 10,000 shadow blade was about to reach him, Zhuan had instantly activated his lightning snake wings. Although the main advantage of the lightning snake wings was its ghostly speed, it was still able to wrap Zhuan with both wings. Its defense was also quite impressive. Although it was a little difficult to defend against the attacks of an ultimate Emperor Realm expert, it was more than enough to stop Zhao Yaoding, who is only at the advanced Heavenly King realm. How is that possible? This kid is not dead, and he seems to be unharmed? Zhao Yaoding's pupils shrank as he exclaimed in disbelief. Even Zhao Xuanwu and Zhao Wenxian, who had been worried about Zhuan's safety, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the figure amidst the thousands of saber shadows. They were very clear about the power of the heaven-bearing saber technique, especially after Zhao Yaoding used the last move of the heaven-bearing saber technique, the 10,000 shadow saber technique. Its power was so terrifying that it could injure a martial artist at the peak of the Heavenly King realm. However, the youth in front of them, whose cultivation was only at the profound Earth King realm, not only did he not die under the 10,000 shadow saber technique, but he even walked over leisurely as if those terrifying saber shadows were nothing more than a drizzle. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Your 1,000 shadow blade didn't kill me. It didn't even scratch a single hair on my body. Are you sure this is your strongest move? All of a sudden, Zhuan came to a halt. Soon after, the lightning serpent wings that wrapped around him suddenly spread open. Countless lightning bolts swirled in the air, turning the area within 30 feet of his body into a lightning domain. Under the impact of the lightning energy, the countless blade shadows completely collapsed into nothingness. Soon after, Zhuan's calm and somewhat delicate face was revealed. Impossible. You're just an insignificant Earth King realm martial artist. How could you break my 1,000 shadow saber? Zhao Yaoding came back to his senses, and he suddenly seemed to have lost his soul. So noisy. A trace of impatience flashed across Zhuan's face. With a gentle flap of the lightning snake wings on his back, he transformed into a thunderbolt and arrived in front of Zhao Yaoding in an instant. The demon moon dragon spine spear in his right hand was suddenly swung. It was accompanied by an endless amount of spear light as it shot toward Zhao Yaoding's head. It's not that easy to kill me. Zhao Yaoding also felt Zhuan's sharp spear aura and immediately sobered up. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his saber and instantly swung out countless saber shadows. Thousand Shadow Saber. I don't believe that you can block my Thousand Shadow Saber at such a close distance. Clang, clang, clang. The endless saber shadows were like a barrier once again, instantly enveloping Zhuowen. Humph! Watch how I break your Thousand Shadow Saber this time. Zhuowen coldly snorted. He bit his thumb and rubbed it on the demon moon dragon spine spear. The ink-black spear body instantly turned into a rich blood-red color. Demon Moon Secret Manual. Blood Moon's Soul Reaping. Break! Break! Zhuowen roared. His voice was loud and clear like a great bell that resounded throughout the entire courtyard. A blood-red full moon suddenly appeared behind Zhuowen's back. A thick, bloody aura also spread out. With a thrust of his spear, it was as if the entire blood moon was crushing everything as it directly smashed against the 10,000 blade shadows. Bang! 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 Numerous intense, explosion-like, loud noises resounded unceasingly over every corner of the courtyard. Soon after, everyone was shocked to discover that the blood-colored full moon in midair and the 10,000 blade shadows were only in a deadlock for the blink of an eye, after which an ear-piercing cracking sound appeared. Subsequently, the 10,000 blade shadows, which were like a boundary, were shattered in an instant. The countless number of blade shadows disappeared like illusions. Swoosh! After the 10,000 blade shadows were broken, Zhuowen stomped his foot. His right hand extended out like a poisonous snake and grabbed the blood-red long spear in the air. Then he suddenly swept it out. The long spear was like a long whip as it viciously struck Zhao Yaoting's chest. Plop! Before Zhao Yaoting could recover, the blood spear directly smashed into his chest. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out like raindrops. His entire body was directly sent flying. He rolled on the ground for over 10 meters before he came to a stop after colliding with a wall. The scene immediately became silent. Regardless of whether it was the Zhao family members, Zhao Xuanwu and the rest, or Zhao Yaoting's guards, everyone stared blankly at the dispirited Zhao Yaoting on the ground. This was an existence that once called the wind and rain in the Zhao family. Am I seeing things? Zhao Yaoting was defeated just like that? Zhao Xuanwu rubbed his eyes as he muttered to himself in disbelief. Father, you're not seeing things. Big brother Zhuowen has indeed defeated Zhao Yaoting. Zhao Wenqian recovered from her shock. Her face was filled with an excited smile. Deep admiration flickered in her crescent-shaped eyes. Sigh, truly a young hero. Originally, this old man thought that Zhuowen would suffer a great loss against Zhao Yaoting. Never did I expect that the final result. Zhao Xuanwu gave a self-mocking smile as he took another look at Zhao Yaoting, who was lying on the ground not far away with a dispirited aura. Zhuowen's strength had once again greatly shocked him. Who was that young man? He was actually able to defeat Zhao Yaoting. That's too terrifying. This young man looks to be only 17 or 18 years old, but his strength is actually stronger than Zhao Yaoting's. Just how terrifying is his talent? Look, there's an Arcana Master's badge on his chest. He's actually a Grade 2 Arcana Master. The clansmen of the Zhao family, who had gathered outside the courtyard, stared blankly at the scene in the courtyard. They could not imagine that this young man, who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, actually possessed such terrifying strength. What was even more unbelievable was that this young man's martial cultivation was so high, but his mental energy was also at the level of a second-grade martial artist. This could no longer be described as a genius. This was simply a demonic existence. To be able to raise both his martial way and mental energy to such heights, this young man could only be described as a demonic existence. Boom! At the same time, a skinny figure fell to the ground, smashing a deep pit in the middle of the courtyard. The violent sound immediately attracted everyone's attention. The dust gradually dispersed, and the figure in the deep pit gradually became clear. Then, the great elder's somewhat defeated old face appeared before everyone's eyes. The great elder's hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. He was like a candle in the wind, and his aura was actually even weaker than Zhao Yaoting's. Bang! A burly figure slowly descended and stared at the first elder in the deep pit with an expressionless face. No one knew what this burly middle-aged man was thinking. Come back. There's no need to kill that guy. Zhuowen glanced indifferently at the great elder in the pit. After discovering that the great elder no longer had any strength to fight, he waved his hand and summoned the reverse spirit puppet back to his side. At this time, the reverse spirit puppet was in a slightly sorry state, but there were no visible injuries. After all, the reverse spirit puppet's physical strength was shockingly tough. Even an ultimate Emperor Realm expert would not be able to break its tortoiseshell body. Therefore, although the reverse spirit puppet's strength was only comparable to the peak of the Heavenly King stage, the Great Elder's attack could not hurt it at all. Moreover, the reverse spirit puppet's fighting style was barbaric, exchanging injuries for injuries. If this continued, even if the Great Elder was at the peak of the Heavenly King stage, he would still be exhausted by the reverse spirit puppet. The Great Elder was actually defeated. The pupils of the Zhao clan members shrank again. They did not expect that even the Great Elder, the second strongest expert of the Zhao clan, would be beaten to such a state. Everyone looked at the burly reverse spirit puppet with fear. Especially when the reverse spirit puppet obeyed Zhuowen's words. The fear in the eyes of the Zhao clan members all shifted to Zhuowen. Even the Great Elder had beaten up this mysterious middle-aged man, but now he was actually so obedient to the youth. Everyone knew that the truly terrifying one was the youth in front of them. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived in front of Zhao Yaoting. Zhuowen stepped on his chest with his right foot and stared at Zhao Yaoting with narrowed eyes. Tell me the true cause of my aunt's death, and I can let you die a quick death. Pucci! Zhao Yaoting spat out another mouthful of blood, but he laughed out loud and said, You're called Zhuowen, and your surname is also Zhua. It seems that you're Zhua Meijin's junior. No wonder you wanted to ask about Zhua Meijin's cause of death. It's a pity that I didn't connect you and Zhua Meijin together. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and tell me the cause of my aunt's death. I don't like to say the same thing several times. Once again stepping on Zhao Yaoting's chest, Zhuowen's voice became incomparably cold. His eyes were filled with a terrifying, killing intent. Hee, you must have some guesses, right? Your aunt didn't suddenly die of a serious illness. Anyway, I'm going to die, so why should I tell you? You can take your time guessing, haha. Zhao Yaoting laughed maniacally. He knew that he was completely done for, and there was no way for him to make a comeback. Even if Zhuowen did not kill him, Zhao Xuanwu would not let him off. You don't want to say it. Do you really think that I have no way of dealing with you? Since I'm an arcana master, I'm naturally proficient in the way of the soul. If you don't want to say it, I'll extract your soul and search it. At that time, the truth will naturally surface, and your soul will be consigned to eternal damnation. You won't be able to reincarnate, and you'll be tormented like hell for all eternity. Soul searching was a rather sinister mental technique. Zhuowen had seen this secret technique in the myriad detection scripture before. Once this secret technique was used, the target would basically become an idiot. In serious cases, their soul would scatter. Moreover, the caster would also suffer from certain side effects. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Zhuowen did not want to use this secret technique. Hearing this, Zhao Yaoting's face immediately revealed a look of fear. Evidently, he had also heard of this sinister secret technique. I'll talk. Zhao Yaoting's entire body trembled. Your aunt did not suddenly die. She was killed by me. His entire body trembling, Zhuowen's eyes widened. He gritted his teeth and said, Why did you kill her? She was already married to you. Why did you do it? Bang. Chapter 267. The truth, because she was born in the Een year, Een month, Een day, Een hour. Otherwise, why do you think I, as the young master of the Zhao family, would marry a nobody from a small family? Zhao Yaoting sneered as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A girl born in the Een year, Een month, Een day, Een hour? Zhao Yaoting, you actually used the family's taboo technique. No wonder your cultivation improved so quickly in the past 10 years, even catching up to me. Zhao Xuanwu's face turned ugly when he heard this. Uncle, tell me what the taboo technique is. The rage in Zhuo Wen's heart grew even more intense, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even more intense. Zhuo Meijin was a member of the Zhuo family, and one of the few relatives Zhuo Wen had left. Now that she had personally heard that her relative had been killed, she was naturally furious. Zhao Xuanwu hesitated for a moment and sighed. Originally, this taboo technique was our Zhao clan's secret. Since this matter involves Brother Zhuowen's aunt, I'll make an exception and tell you about it. Our Zhao family has a taboo technique called absolute frost. After successfully cultivating this secret technique, it can completely change a cultivator's physique. It can expand the cultivator's meridians and dantian by many times, increasing the efficiency of yuan qi absorption. Naturally, one's cultivation will also increase rapidly. 10 years ago, Zhao Yaoting's cultivation was only at the half-step human king realm. However, it only took him 10 years to reach the heavenly king realm. This speed defied common sense. After all, his aptitude was not very good in the family. Of course, it was also because of his poor aptitude that the previous family head did not pass the position of family head to him. At this point, Zhao Xuanwu glanced at the dispirited Zhao Yaoting. A trace of pity flashed through his eyes. The dignified young master of the Zhao clan did not inherit the position of the Zhao clan's patriarch. This could be considered a great joke at that time. Zhao Bingtian, that old bastard, I am his son, his biological son. He did not pass the position of family head to me, but instead gave it to you, a branch of the Zhao family. Because of this, I became the laughingstock of the Zhao family. Everyone looked at me strangely. That's why I couldn't accept it. Wasn't that old bastard because my aptitude was lacking? Then I'll practice the absolute frozen chill. In 10 years, my cultivation has indeed caught up to yours, and the position of patriarch is also within reach of me. But Zhao Yaoting's face was filled with anger, and his expression became exceptionally ferocious. Shut up. Did I allow you to speak? Zhuowen stepped out and viciously stomped on Zhao Yaoting's face. The powerful force caused his face to swell up, and he spat out a mixture of blood and teeth. Zhao Yaoting's eyes flashed with a trace of timidity. Sure enough, he obediently shut his mouth. With regard to Zhuowen's ruthless methods, Zhao Xuanwu felt a chill in his heart. After secretly sighing in his heart that he was lucky enough to be on good terms with Zhuowen, he continued, since it's a taboo technique, the price must be quite expensive. Among them, it requires the essence and blood of a woman of the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, Yin hour as a primer. Brother Zhuowen, this technique is extremely ruthless. I'm afraid that your aunt's corpse may not even be left. At this point, Zhao Xuanwu softly sighed and looked at Zhuowen with some trepidation. He was a little apprehensive about whether the youth in front of him would burn with rage and vent his anger on the Zhao family. If that was really the case, it would be difficult for the Zhao family to stop the youth in front of him, other than the old ancestor. Essence and blood of the entire body? Not even a corpse? Good, very good. Zhao Yaoting, you've done very well. Zhuowen's expression was extremely calm, so much so that it was frightening. He only spoke word by word. Swoosh! With a twist of his right hand, the moon demon dragon spine spear suddenly shot out. The tip of the spear was like lightning as it instantly pierced towards Zhao Yaoting's forehead. The expression on Zhao Yaoting's face instantly froze, and there was only intense fear left in his eyes. Stop! A monstrous roar like a great bell suddenly whistled out from the depths of the Zhao family's courtyard. The strong sound wave almost caused the surrounding air to vibrate and boil. Zhuowen's spear momentum also paused for a moment because of this loud roar. However, it was only for a moment. Then, the killing intent in Zhuowen's eyes became even more intense, and the speed of the long spear became even faster. You're courting death. This old man asked you to stop. Didn't you hear me? At this moment, the vigorous voice had become even closer. Clearly, the owner of the voice was not far from this place. At the same time, an extremely enormous yuan power rumbled towards Zhuo Wen from a great distance away, in an attempt to stop his next move. No one can stop the people that I, Zhuowen, want to kill. Reverse spirit puppet, block him for me. Zhuowen's tone was ice cold. The long spear turned into a shadow in the air and instantly pierced Zhao Yaoting's forehead. With a puff, Zhao Yaoting's head instantly exploded, and red and white blood splattered all over the ground. Boom! At the same time, the reverse spirit puppet suddenly blasted out a punch. It was wrapped in an endless explosion of air and blasted on the Yuan power that came from far away. However, what shocked everyone was that the reverse spirit puppet, which was showing off its invincible power just now, was directly sent flying by this Yuan power and smashed into the ground. However, the remaining Yuan power did not diminish. It swept straight towards Zhuowen like a raging wave. Wherever it passed, all the air seemed to explode. So strong, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He kept retreating. With a wave of the long spear in his right hand, he once again used the Blood Moon Soul Reaper. A huge blood moon slowly emerged and blocked in front of him. Unfortunately, the powerful blood moon was like a piece of paper in the face of this Yuan power, and it instantly shattered. This caused Zhuowen's heart to sink. Not good. It's the ancestor. I didn't expect the ancestor to make a move. When Zhao Xuanwu heard the loud shout from the depths of the courtyard, he recognized the owner of the voice. It was their Zhao clan's strongest expert, the Zhao clan's ancestor, Zhao Qingtian. He was a genuine half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert, and his strength was many times greater than the Great Elders. How is this possible? Doesn't the ancestor never care about the clan's affairs? Why would he make a move now? Zhao Wenqin's pretty face was deathly pale. Her cherry lips couldn't help but tremble as she muttered, "The ancestor has come out of seclusion. I didn't expect him to make a move against this youth. This youth is in trouble. The ancestor is our clan's strongest expert. He's a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert and is only half a step away. He can deal with a peak Heavenly King cultivator like the Great Elder with a flip of his hand. A half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert is too strong. I'm afraid this youth won't be able to withstand the ancestor's attack." All the Zhao clan members raised their heads and looked towards the depths of the courtyard. That was where their ancestor was in seclusion. Oomph. A half-step ultimate Emperor Realm expert? I refuse to believe that I won't be able to withstand this attack. Zhuowen snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with madness. Zhuowen clenched his right hand, and the Saint Rune of Ice in his right hand immediately lit up. Then, a blue crystal slowly floated above his palm. It was the extreme frost that Zhuowen had just extracted from Qiu Chao's body. Extreme frost was known as the overlord of all Earth-grade energies. Its might was not something that ordinary Earth-grade energies could compare to. Even an ultimate Emperor Realm three-wheel cultivator like Qiu Chou had suffered greatly under this kind of cold. If it weren't for Zhuowen, Qiu Chou would probably have died. As soon as the blue crystal appeared, the area within 100 feet of Zhuowen immediately turned into a world of ice and snow. Endless cold qi seemed to have frozen this 100-feet space. Zhao Xuanwu and the rest had no choice but to retreat from the courtyard under the corrosion of this cold qi. They stood far away and watched from afar. Boom! Boom! That powerful Yuan power instantly reached the ice-snow domain. Soon after, an endless amount of cold air transformed into a violent hurricane that bombarded the Yuan power. In merely a quarter of an hour, the Yuan power actually turned into an ice sculpture within the ice-snow domain. It fell to the ground and shattered into powder. It was actually able to freeze even Yuan power. This extreme frost was indeed powerful. Puffed. Zhuowen involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhuowen hurriedly waved his right hand and stored the blue crystal into the Saint Rune of Ice. The extreme frost was simply too powerful. Its corresponding side effects were naturally extremely powerful. With Zhuowen's current meager strength, it was difficult for him to withstand the extreme frost side effects. My physical body is really too weak. I can't even endure the backlash from the extreme cold ice, let alone using the extreme cold ice to create an ice fire. That kind of backlash is probably enough to take my life, Zhuowen said bitterly in his heart as he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. With his current physical body, it was difficult for him to even withstand the backlash of the extreme frost. It seemed like he needed to get a body-tempering technique as soon as possible. He blocked it. Zhuowen, he actually blocked the old ancestor's attack. Zhao Xuanwu's mouth was slightly agape. The shock in his eyes was even more intense. He stared at the skinny youth's figure with an expression of disbelief. The surroundings of the entire courtyard fell into silence at this moment. The pupils of all the Zhao clan members abruptly shrunk, and their faces stiffened. They didn't expect that the attack of their Zhao clan ancestor would actually be blocked by the young man before them. Wasn't this young man a bit too abnormal? No wonder you're so arrogant. So you have some capital. Since you dared to kill a member of my Zhao family, you can forget about leaving our Zhao family alive today. A figure suddenly flew over and stopped in the sky above the heavenly mist pavilion. He coldly looked down at Zhuowen. To everyone's surprise, the figure was actually a black-haired youth. His skin was rosy and lustrous, but his eyes seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. He was the Zhao family's old ancestor, Zhao Qingtian. Ultimate monarch realm cultivators were already able to see past life and death, and possessed extremely long lifespans. Therefore, when cultivators stepped into the ultimate monarch realm, they would show signs of rejuvenation. Zhao Qingtian looked so young right now, so he was clearly very close to the ultimate monarch realm. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could clearly sense the dense killing intent from the Zhao family's old ancestor. At the same time, Zhuowen could sense that the Zhao family's old ancestor was extremely powerful. If he did not use the 9-wheel incineration cauldron, it would be very difficult for him to survive. If a half-step ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator is already so powerful, then wouldn't those who have reached the ultimate Emperor Realm possess monstrous strength that can split mountains? Zhuowen finally understood the strength of an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator. Thinking back to the Azure Emperor rankings that Qing Lian had mentioned before, Zhuowen also realized that there was still a gap between him and the peak geniuses of the Azure Xian Empire. Old ancestor, it's not what you think. It's actually Zhao Yaoding. Zhao Xuanwu stepped forward and was interrupted by Zhao Qingtian before he could finish his sentence. You don't have to explain to me. Even if Zhao Yaoding did something wrong, what right does this outsider have to kill a member of my Zhao family? If there's anyone to kill, it should be a member of our Zhao family. For the sake of our Zhao family's prestige, this kid must die. Zhao Xuanwu's face instantly flushed red when he heard this. He was furious in his heart, but he did not dare to say anything. After all, the person before him was his old ancestor. He did not dare to disobey him in the slightest. Kid, do you know your crime? A member of our Zhao family is not that easy to kill. Zhao Qingtian placed his hands behind his back as he stared coldly at Zhuowen below. Know your sister. Zhao Yaoding killed my aunt. Is it wrong for me to kill him? You old fart. Are you blind or retarded? Zhuowen sneered as he cursed unceremoniously. Hiss. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.